From the mountaintops to the valleys and rivers below, from the ocean waters to the desert, from the city skyscrapers to the beautiful rural areas of the land we now call San Diego County, you are on indigenous land. And as the indigenous people of this land, we greet you in our indigenous languages.
Miwa, Chamesha Taham Kupanga.
Meya, Mechasham Echwan, Payom Kowachamatacham.
Miachen, Nenetu, Mario, Lario Chunaka, Naham, Bachwanga, Willakanga, Gupanga, Umanamikam, Iviyoat.
Hauka Namiyuta Menuwe, Bi Ipai Tipai Amat Kwahan.
Welcome to Kumeyaay country. Our ancestors have lived since time immemorial. I wanted to wish you a happy Pride Month. Be safe, love one another, but especially love yourself.
On behalf of the Rainbow of Truth Circle, we thank you, San Diego Pride.
Thank you for supporting us and creating safe spaces to address intimate partner violence within our Two-Spirit Native LGBTQ community.
Together we rise!
Justin. Parker. No Luisa Luciano Ruiz. Yampi Mendez Arocho. John Scott DeVore. Scotland Kelly DeVore. Monica Diamond. Lexi Ebony Sutton. Lorena Borjas. Henrietta Robinson. Joanna Metzger. Penelope Diaz Ramirez. Serena Angelique Velázquez Ramos. Leila Pelaez Sanchez. Nina Pop. Helly J. O'Regan. Jane Thompson. Tony McDade. Selena Reyes Hernandez. Dominique Remy Fells. Rhea Milton. Bryla Stone. Drea McCarty. Mercy Mack. Tatiana Hall. Shaki Peters. Bree Black. Summer Taylor.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Deep down in my heart, I'm gonna let it shine. Deep down in my heart, I'm gonna let it shine. Deep down in my heart, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. All around the world, I'm gonna let it shine. All around the world, I'm gonna let it shine. All around the world, I'm
Hey, everybody. Happy Pride. Welcome to She Fest.
Welcome to She Fest 2020.
All right. Thank you all for joining us today. We are your hosts. My name is Asher.
And my name's Nika.
And we have a lot of awesome events lined up for you today. But before we dive in, let's do a couple of introductions. Nika, let's start with you. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got involved in She Fest?
Yeah, for sure. So everyone, my name is Nika. I'm born and raised in New York. I'm just making my way coast to coast. Some activities I've been fortunate enough to be involved with here in San Diego include the SDAFFL, the San Diego American Flag Football League, the San Diego Rebellion Women's Tackle Football Team. I do some stand-up comedy. I volunteered a couple Pride parades, and I actually got involved with She Fest because I volunteered with Build Out 2020, and 2 committee members invited me over, and so I joined She Fest committee. How about you, Asher? What's your story?
Well, first of all, wow, that's a very impressive list of activities, Nika. It's awesome. I actually started out, I was born and raised in Kansas, so not even close to a coast, but I did move out to San Diego in 2013 with my partner. I am a stand-up comic here in San Diego and a member of the Misfit Toys Comedy Studio. And I found out about She Fest through the San Diego Women's Chorus, which I joined in 2017. The chorus does a lot of activities with She Fest and performances. You might have seen Nika and I both on the Quarantine Comedy Show that was produced by She Fest, and I'm so excited that they invited us back to co-host together. Nika, do you want to tell us a little bit more about She Fest?
Yeah, of course. So She Fest is a woman-centered event that celebrates and supports the talents and contributions of women while fostering meaningful connections within and between the LGBTQ plus communities. Building on second wave feminism's creed of the personal is political, we are guided by principles of intersectional feminism. We recognize that while all women experience oppression, we also experience oppression in varying forms based on race, class, gender, sexuality, disability, and so on and so forth.
We want everyone at She Fest to feel supported, included, and represented. She Fest is intentionally inclusive of transgender women, non-binary people, intersex people, and gender non-conforming folks. We welcome any community member of any gender identity or sexuality that feels at home with she and wants to help us celebrate what she means to them. I love that mission statement. I think it's really powerful. Kind of gives me chills. But let's talk about what's going to be going on today. There's a lot happening in different places. We've got the stream that's going on YouTube and on Facebook, and we have some Zoom rooms with different workshops and activities. Lots of fun stuff. We're going to be hearing from Celeste Barbier. She's going to be promoting some of her new songs on her new album. We'll be talking with influential women in politics, including former Senator Christine Keough and Councilmember Georgette Gomez. There will be lots of musical performances, like some from LA-based boy band and UK band Unsung Lily. And we'll hear from some local SC vendors and Dr. Bronner's. And we'll be closing out with a drag king show and San Diego Women Chorus Circle Chant. So it's going to be a full day.
It is a stacked lineup. I'm super excited. Excited. So just to let you all know about the accessibility features that we have. So the live stream portion of Virtual She Fest 2020 will have American Sign Language interpretation and automatic captioning services in order to provide access to folks who are blind, deafblind, have low vision, and among others. A transcript and video description will be posted along with the recording on the She Fest page within 48 hours of the event. Virtual She Fest 2020 events occurring in Zoom will have ASL interpretation through a separate online portal and also through Zoom. Access to these services requires a computer and internet connection. If you're feeling a little overstimulated, which Pride can be overstimulating even when it's virtual, we've set up a Zoom room where you can take a break from the hustle and bustle of our festivities. You can keep your video and sound off if you'd like. All we ask is that you introduce yourselves in the chat using your name, pronouns, and favorite thing about SheFest. Bring a coloring book, your knitting needles, or your desire for some quiet conversation with fellow SheFesties. And you can visit our website and Instagram for that link. So, about the day. So, I will be your host for the first half of the day, and Asher will be hosting the second half of the day. So, Asher, we'll see you later on.
All right, I'll see you then.
Awesome.
Bye.
Yeah, Asher. Now, I know y'all are excited as I am, so let's get Virtual SheFest 2020 started. SheFest wouldn't be the same without a visit from Senate President Pro Tempore Toni Atkins. So let's welcome her to Virtual SheFest 2020.
Hello to everyone and welcome to SheFest. I'm Senate President Pro Tempore Toni Atkins. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm joining you virtually from our state capitol. I'm a big fan of SheFest, and I'm so glad to see the organizers continuing to host this annual event, now in its 7th year as a virtual event. It's the safest thing to do as we find ourselves celebrating Pride in a time of social distancing due to the COVID-19 pandemic. SheFest's purpose is to celebrate and support the contributions of women while fostering meaningful connections within San Diego's diverse LGBTQ community and the region as a whole. This is incredibly important work because as women, we experience oppression in too many ways, from race to socioeconomic status, sexual identity, pay, healthcare, and reproductive rights. With that being said, I urge you to make sure you are counted. This is Census year. This is a once-in-a-decade opportunity to help our community get the funding it needs for healthcare, senior services, childcare, and so much more. We need to make sure that everyone is counted, including children, family members, and roommates, because everyone counts. One way to ensure that your voice is heard is for you to fill out your census form. The deadline has been extended to October. This is especially important for our transgender women, non-binary folks, and gender non-conforming individuals to be counted. Gender identity rights has been a focus for me for some time. In the legislature, I authored SB 179, creating a third gender marker for non-binary residents and easing the process of obtaining state-issued ID and birth certificates that accurately reflect a person's gender identity. I ensured that birth certificates through AB 1121 in 2013 and death certificates with AB 1577 in 2014 reflect a person's true gender identity. I also want you to know that the state legislature worked to ensure that our LGBTQ community isn't forgotten when it comes to counting the impact of COVID-19. This pandemic has disproportionately impacted communities of color, but when we looked into the impacts to the LGBTQ community, we didn't have any data to understand the impact, and clearly that's not acceptable. We know that some in the LGBTQ plus community may be more likely to be immunocompromised because of HIV, AIDS, and other health issues. And research suggests those chronic conditions are at a higher risk of complications for COVID-19. I supported SB 392, a bill that ensures a concerted effort to collect data so California can adequately respond to the unique needs of our LGBTQ community as they relate to recovering from this virus. I also want to say that I stand here this year saying that I am an ally. It is more important than ever for us to support our Black LGBTQ community. I see you, I hear you, and I stand with you. Demonstrations spurred by righteous grief and anger over ongoing police violence have energized communities all across the country and in the streets of San Diego. I believe this moment shows there is real potential to finally bring about lasting change after 400 years of systemic racism in America. As leader of the state Senate, I am dedicated to working with the Legislative Black Caucus, the LGBTQ caucus, the Women's Caucus, and frankly, with all of my colleagues to ensure the momentum we're seeing right now results in real change and better outcomes. We must bring justice to our siblings who have lost their lives, including the Black trans members of our community who've been killed across the country. People like Tony McDade, Rhea Milton, Dominique Remy Fells. I know San Diego's queer and trans people of color have been organizing to demonstrate for justice. It's so inspiring to hear your voices calling in at city council and county supervisors meetings. Your voices matter. I can't end this message without honoring and recognizing Amy Stevens. She became a hero to many when she sued her employer, RG and GR Harris Funeral Home, after the business fired her for being transgender. Her fight made its way to our nation's highest court, and it's given us one of the brightest wins in LGBTQ equality, a historic 6-3 Supreme Court ruling to protect LGBTQ people from being fired because of their sexual orientation and gender identity. It's the strength of heroes like Amy who stand up and say, "This is wrong," that raises all of us up. This is a major election year, and I hope you will use this momentum to encourage people to register and cast your vote this November. We need you. It's an honor for me to serve San Diego's 39th district while also holding the title of Senate President pro tempore. I'm not only the first woman, but I'm also the first lesbian in this role. This achievement comes because of those who came before me, the women that I honor who blazed a trail in order for me to run for office. Let's all stand together and support one another and continue our progress. And as we celebrate how far we've come and how far we still need to go.
Wow, that was awesome. Hope you all enjoyed that video as much as I did. Now, for our next segment, it's only fitting that our first guest be the founder and former chair of SheFest. We're going to chat about the history of SheFest, how it's evolved, and the importance of LGBTQ plus women's spaces. Everyone, please help me in welcoming Kelsey Kopf to the stage. Hey, Kelsey, how's it going?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing well, doing well. Thanks so much for joining us.
Of course, this is awesome.
So, to get started, are you from San Diego?
No, I sure am not. I came from Texas in 2006, so it was quite a culture shock.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. So that's great. So, what made you want to start SheFest?
I was a part of a few different events. I was a part of Dyke March and the Women's Fest at the Center and various other community organizations. And one by one, they just all went away for various reasons. Okay. And I felt like there was a need in the community for a place for women to get together. Yeah. And there are awesome bars. We love gossip, and there's amazing programs at the Center. And of course, Pride does an amazing job of serving the community. But I felt like there was a hole where we could provide a space for women to get together and show what they're doing and find ways to connect. And so I put it out there, and it took off.
Oh, it definitely did. Most definitely did. So appreciate you, doing that work and starting from the ground up. So how did the name SheFest come about?
That's an interesting story. We were trying to find a name that was indicative of the community that we were trying to spotlight without being exclusionary. And okay. that was very difficult. And to be completely honest, we did have some very intense conversations about the name. Okay. Because more than anything, we wanted to make sure that, yes, we're spotlighting women, but we are not excluding anyone else. Right. And so we did settle on SheFest because we felt like, that it showed who we were trying to spotlight. And then we just wanted to make sure we went above and beyond to communicate that we were not an exclusionary event.
Absolutely. That's awesome. Awesome. So this first She Fest wasn't too long ago. Can you tell us a little bit about how that was? What that was like?
It feels long ago. I've got some creases on my face that would indicate otherwise. But so the first She Fest was much like any first event. You know, there was a lot of learning. We learned a lot. And one of the ways that we learned a lot and that I appreciate about our community was community feedback. We had people who came to the event, told us what they liked, told us what they wanted to see, told us what they needed. And so through that learning, we were able to shape future years. But it was an awesome event. And of course, you know, Tony Atkins has been a supporter from day one and was there and supported the event and kind of gave us a little signal boost there. But it was an awesome event, awesome day, and the community came together to support it.
Well, I can imagine. If I was here, I definitely would have joined. Absolutely, absolutely. So, why do you think it was important to highlight women back when She Fest first started?
So I think we all know that that women are typically or can be relegated to the sidelines. They make less than their male counterparts. There's oppression and there's all sorts of ways that we face challenges and obstacles. And so I felt like it was important to provide a space to do the opposite of that. Right. To lift up women, to take away those obstacles, to allow for networking so that we could give women a leg up. And again, while not excluding anyone else, and just provide a fun event that helped to grow the community and support women. And I think that's going to be a need for the foreseeable future. I don't know that that's going to go away anytime soon. I think the needs of women and the type of event may change, but overall, I think there's always going to be a need for a space like this.
Oh, most definitely, most definitely. So I feel like She Fest is synonymous with the term inclusivity. Why do you believe inclusivity is an important element of She Fest? I know you touched a little bit on it earlier.
So I came out later in life, and I think when I came out, I expected to join this utopian society where everyone got along, and we'd all been through the same things, and so I was going to find harmony, and I did in certain sectors, but I did also find some ideologies that were somewhat divisive, and that was troubling to me, and I wanted to, if anything that I was a part of, I didn't want it to be that way. And I think the history of our movement and our community it is checkered with some of that, and so I felt like it was very important to create an event. And I think in general for our community, I think it's important that we understand the importance of supporting one segment without excluding others. You can do that. And so that's why it was really important that everyone that was on the committee, and of course Pride was supportive. They all had that as their North Star, that we are going to support women, but everyone is welcome and we are not going to exclude. And I hope that that's a legacy that stands through this event.
I agree. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah.
And so do you have any hopes of what, She Fest can be in the future as it finishes its seventh year?
I think when I started the event, I never would have imagined a virtual She Fest. So kudos to the committee. This is amazing, and y'all are doing a great job. But I think long term, what I would hope for this event is that it is always evaluating itself and changing. Our community is not one that is static. Our needs are going to change. Our goals are going to change, and I hope that She Fest is responsive to that in a very compassionate and proactive way. And so I think if 7 years down the road we have an event that looks different or sounds different, that would be fine by me, as long as it is serving a need in the community and still showing that inclusivity.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. So just one last question. So do you have any message to some of our viewers who may have been with you since the very first She Fest?
People say thank you all the time, and it sounds very insincere, but the amount of people that have given of their resources, their time, their energy, their blood and sweat and tears, there's not a word that I can say that truly expresses my gratitude for those folks, and for the people that just showed up every year and supported the event and invited their friends and put it on social media. That's what is needed to create change in a community. And so I put in an idea out into the world, but the people out there that supported the event and came and were on the committees, and they're the ones that created She Fest, and they're the ones that will make sure that it continues in the future. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all that you've done to create this space and make sure that it remains.
Most definitely, most definitely. Well, you know what? Thank you so much, Kelsey, for joining us and, blessing us with your presence. Everyone, please, join me in thanking Kelsey for joining us today. And Kelsey, we really appreciate you taking time and spend your day with us. Thanks.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
See you. Excellent, excellent. So now first of all, it was amazing to have Kelsey on. I must say, I really feel that having the first founder. So for our first performance of Virtual She Fest, we're welcoming back one of our favorite local performers, Celeste Barbier. She's here to blow us away with her smooth and powerful jazz-inspired vocals. Now, Celeste lives in Oceanside with her wife and #1 fan, Renee Cosby, and it's actually Renee's birthday today, so happy birthday, Renee. We're so excited to share 3 of Celeste's original songs, 2 of which are from Celeste's new album, Two Worlds, which is being released today. So folks, please help me in welcoming Celeste Barbier.
Hello, all you beautiful people. I wish I could see your faces. My name is Celeste Barbier, and I'm so glad to have been asked back to She Fest this year. Last year was my first time performing at She Fest, and it was an amazing experience. This year, it's a little different. I get to do this from my living room here in Oceanside, California, but I've been a local performer in San Diego and all around the county for many years now, so I hope you guys enjoy my music. You can check out my music at celestebarbier.com. And today I'm actually going to be singing 3 original songs, which I've never done before for you for She Fest, because my records didn't come out until after She Fest. So I have 2 records out. Yeah. One came out in Thanksgiving, and it had 1 original song on it that's dedicated to my wife, Renee Cosby. This is my first original song. It's called Tidal Wave. And this next album came out today. Today is my release date. You can find both of my albums. The newest record is called Two Worlds. The last one's called Tidal Wave. Both records you can find on Amazon. You can find them on Apple Music and iTunes and Google Music, pretty much everywhere. And you can find already Tidal Wave on Spotify, but you can't find this new one yet on Spotify. You will soon, though. But thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoy listening to my next 3 songs. This first one, this is dedicated to my wife. This is called Tidal Wave. When the night falls on the briny deep and the moon becomes a blazing torch, I will rise up when the world's asleep. I will come ashore. Feel my power drawing near from the bottom of the sea. I'll wash away all your doubts and fears and carry you away with me. Tidal wave, my love is like a tidal wave. Sins of the past, heartaches you had are very innocent. Your love will change. Tidal wave. My love is like a tidal wave. Now I am your siren song. I'll come crashing on your shore. A strange and haunting melody. My love will be all yours. Tidal wave. My love is like a tidal wave. Sins of the past, heartaches you had are very innocent. Your love will change. A tidal wave. My love is like a tidal wave. I'll carry you across the sea. We were always meant to be. Tidal wave. My love is like a tidal wave. Sins of the past, heartaches you had are very innocent. Your love will change. Nothing will remain. Tidal wave. My love is like a tidal wave. Tidal wave. My love is like a tidal wave. Tidal wave. With the help of meeting my amazing producers, Jane Getz and Bob Tucker, I was so lucky to be able to do my first album. I had to go right into doing another album, and I started it at the beginning of this year, but the big COVID thing happened, and I had to stall production on my next album, but I was just recently able to finish it, and I'm super excited to be able to sing these songs to you, the very first people who will be hearing these songs. Nobody has heard these songs at all yet. Today is the release date. I have a release party tonight, but it's private and the tickets are sold out. But I really appreciate you guys being here. I hope you love these two new songs. And just so you know, when I released Tidal Wave, like I said, that's my first original song. It went to the radio and it was in the top 10 hits on national radio for indie music, adult contemporary music, and top 40. So that was really exciting. I can't wait to see what happens with these next songs. So this next song I am singing for you is called Two Worlds, and it's based on a poem that I wrote when I was 14 years old, and I was really obsessed with the yin and yang concepts. So this next song is called Two Worlds. Two words, one and the same. Both are those from whence we came. One word of darkened disharmony, the other light and melody. Two words, one and the same. Two words, let's erase the boundaries. Two words, follow your dreams, see where they lead. Two words, one and the same. Ooh, oh. Now in the dark there lies a good, and in the light the devil once stood. The good, the bad, the balance of the two. Darkness and light reside in you. Two words, one and the same. Two words, let's erase the boundaries. Two words, follow your dreams, just you and me. Two words, one and the same. One word of darkened harmony, the other light and melody. Two words, one and the same. Ooh, oh. Two words, one and the same. Now I have to give a very special shout out on that track because I had the most amazing harp player on there, and she lives right here in San Diego, and her name is Candace Lavolsi Valentine. She is incredible, and she's performed with all kinds of amazing symphonies and big stars. So I was really lucky to be friends with her and to be able to have her play on my track. And Bob Tucker with that incredible guitar solo. I love it. And Jane Getz, she's my co-writer. She composes these beautiful songs with me as I write the lyrics. Now this last song that we wrote together, me and Jane, this is called I've Come Alive, and I really hope you like it. I started writing this song in my early 20s, but it evolved into something new, and it's an amazing love song. It started out as a song about long distance love because I was kind of one of those girls that was on a lot of internet relationships, but I fell in love 15 years ago, and now this is a true blue love song, and I hope you enjoy this. As you're fast asleep and dreaming, stars twinkling in the galaxy. Do you feel me here beside you? Do you dream of me? When you're wandering by the shoreline, sand beneath your feet. As you walk along lost in thought, do you think of me? I need your arms around me. I'm all alone in my head, wrapped around my body. You are the best thing in my life. Sunny days and starry nights and never end. You make me laugh, you make me cry, you make me come alive. I'll come alive again. I'll come alive. I'll come alive again. Tell me what makes you happy and what inspires you. Do you long to feel my heartbeat when I'm lying here beside you? I need your affection, it's no mystery. You have touched my soul, with you I am complete. I need your arms around me, I'm all alone in my head. Wrapped around my body, wanna feel your caress. You are the best thing in my life. Sunny days and starry nights and never end. You make me laugh, you make me cry, you make me come alive. I'll come alive again. I'll come alive. I'll come alive again. Do you love the way I make you feel? Do you feel the same? You know my words come from the heart. I don't have to explain. You are the best thing in my life. Sunny days and starry nights. You make me laugh, you make me cry, you make me come alive. I'll come alive. I'll come alive. I'll come alive again. Thank you, She Fest. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, that was awesome. That was absolutely fantastic. Thanks, Celeste, for those tunes. And you all, please make sure to check our album that dropped today. So just a quick plug for the next room. So we actually have, it started at 11 in Zoom Room 1, but you can get your meditative Zen on with Shannon. And in Zoom Room 2, a workshop about setting boundaries and self-care. So if any of those interest you, by all means, please join. So, water performance. In our next segment, we'll be highlighting some artists and chatting about how the arts have always had close ties to activism. Arts have also played an important role in expressing how we feel as a community and holds a special place in my own heart. Joining me shortly will be a panel of artists comprised of Lindsay, Kathleen, Mariana, and Danielle. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Lindsay, Kathleen, Mariana, and Danielle.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Hey.
Excellent. Excellent. So let's, just start off with your name, pronouns, and what org you're representing, or if you're representing yourself.
I guess we just go.
Yeah. So we can start.
Hey, I'm Kathleen Hansen, she, her. I'm the artistic director of the San Diego Women's Chorus.
Fantastic.
I'll go next. I'm Danielle. I use she, her pronouns. and I am part of the San Diego Resistance Revival Chorus.
Awesome.
Hi everyone, Mariana Manassi. I'm a photographer of my own small business.
I'm Lindsay. I'm of She, Her, and I'm founder of the Lady Brain Collective, Lady Brain Presents.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you all for joining us. So I'll call your names, and then you can, respond to the questions or respond to any other panelists' answers. So a little bit, how long have you all been in your roles? Danielle, if you can start out for us. How long have you been in your role, and how'd you get into it? Well, actually shipped over Kathleen. So how long have you been in your role, and how'd you get into it?
Sure. I've been the artistic director about 5 years. Before that, I was the assistant for a year, and it was actually really interesting. I had to leave my teaching gig due to health issues, and bit by bit, as I started to get better, I was taking on different jobs. And a friend of mine forwarded me this job opening, and I didn't know too much about it. And I was like, well, that sounds really amazing. I went to the Women's Chorus website, and I saw their mission statement, and I instantly fell in love. I was like, that is an organization that I definitely want to be a part of.
Fantastic. Yeah, I know that usually that mission statement usually gets you, and when you resonate with that, it's like, okay, this is where I'm supposed to be. So that's awesome. That's fantastic.
And I'll just say it's to encourage women's creativity, celebrate diversity, and inspire social action. And I was like, and through music. Like,
perfect. Absolutely perfect. So yeah. So Mariana, tell us a little bit about how you got into your role and how long you've been doing it.
I've been doing photography for probably like 8 years, but just about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, I started my own small business.
Okay.
But yeah, I just always love photography. I love capturing candid moments, and it's been great.
And I did check out your website, and you absolutely have some beautiful photographs of some weddings. You've taken some family photos, so
thank you.
Absolutely awesome. So yeah, so Danielle, tell us a little bit about your role and how'd you get into it?
Yeah, well, I found the San Diego Resistance Revival Chorus by going to one of the shows that they were supporting the prison yoga project. And I knew somebody in the organization, so I went and I just saw this collection of people who were using their voice to resist with joy, and I just felt so called to it. So I Dr. Mo and kind of made my way in. And I am in charge of the member outreach and the admin. I do any kind of outreach within our members and to the community.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Fantastic. Thank you for that. And so, Lindsay, how did you, get into your role, and what do you love about being in your role?
We're still relatively new. We started at the end of 2018, so we're still a baby organization, and it really just started as I invited a few people over for brunch, a few women identified artists that I knew, and just was like, let's talk about what it's like to be a woman identified creative in this town. And it just kind of blossomed on its own. And so now we're doing workshops, we're doing showcases, we're doing all kinds of things to just kind of create this culture of sharing resources and providing opportunities, and also marrying the art that we do to the causes that we care about. And so, yeah, it's been really great to see it kind of grow from a breakfast.
Right. And that's fantastic. In 2018, you started, being able to come and do all those events, and that's absolutely awesome. So we can start with you, Lindsay. So what are some obstacles you're facing as an artist related to COVID right now?
On a personal level, it's kind of more about a lot of work just kind of disappeared, so from a basic survival kind of level, that's hard to deal with. From a collective standpoint, I think what has been the hardest artist challenge is that this was started out of an idea that we wanted to get off of our screens, go out into the world, really show up for each other in physical spaces. And we're just as we were, getting momentum and kind of getting people to come out and be a part of the workshop or come out and support the showcase, this all happened. So I've been sort of like begrudgingly like planning virtual workshop after virtual workshop, being just like, when is this going to be over? Right. But it's important and to have these safe digital spaces anyway. This is sort of the world we live in. So I'm kind of getting over my initial frustration and disappointment and just kind of like, okay, this is the world we live in right now. We have to sort of embrace the dumpster fire and put out as much of it as we can on our own and try to stick together. And I think a part of that is like staying really patient, because every member is sort of dealing with their own level of stress and insecurity and uncertainty. And so just kind of keeping the microphone on, and not necessarily expecting everybody to show up and do their song and dance. But if they want to have a creative outlet, making sure that we keep that available to them. That's been my main goal.
Okay. Yeah, and my belief is that because, we've been, quarantined and locked up, is that, people get that push to come out, to these events now. It's like, I'm going to go to more events than, I've ever done before. So definitely agree with that. So Mariana, how would you say COVID has affected you during these times?
Everything got canceled. Every wedding, every event, every conference, photo shoots. I'm actually really lucky. This isn't my like full-time permanent job. Okay. I would love for it to become that at some point, but I do have a government job that I can fall back on. Okay. So luckily I haven't, obviously I haven't made that extra income that was very helpful before. Right. But I haven't had I still have my job, so I'm really lucky. I did for the first month, I didn't even touch my camera, and I was really antsy. I'm sure everybody experienced the antsiness. But then I went into the backyard and started photographing our dogs. I was like, I need someone to be my model. Right. So I got some cool shots of the dogs. And then I just started I was going on walks every day, and I just started taking pictures of more flowers and just stuff that obviously everyone was interacting with people less, but just try to find a little bit of beauty in what I had to deal with.
Right. And so my hope, again, is that, because people have been shacked up, hopefully, they're like, it's time to get married. And so they can hit you up and, get their photos taken for weddings and so on and so forth. So it's awesome. Thank you. So Danielle, same question for you. How would you say, are there any obstacles that COVID has, thrown your way as an artist?
Definitely. One is about developing a community and singing together and showing up for different community organizations by hosting performances and raising money for them that way.
Right.
Having a physical space to do that, and also practice. So we've had to get a little bit creative in the way that we teach music, and in the way that we sing together, and in the way that we support our community. We just recently held a virtual vigil for George Floyd, which was really special and beautiful, and that felt really good to be able to.
Right.
But we're still trying to figure out how to continue to support the community in that way.
Right. And definitely it'll likely take some time, but it seems like you all have the right focus and mindset on how to kind of bring more folks together to do that. So that's fantastic. And Kathleen, for you, how would you say that COVID has put an obstacle in your way as an artist?
Sure. I mean, the first obvious point that's been made is lots of gigs, and it's very destabilizing when it happens. As a conductor, I felt very silenced. I rely on other people's voices.
Right.
So it's like my instrument has been taken away.
Right.
Organizationally, we provide a very safe musical family space for women and non-binary treble singers, that just, surrounded by making music. And we were in the middle of preparing for all of our big events. We were supposed to be in Minneapolis last week at a big festival. So kind of having to reimagine what that looks like when we're not by each other. And, we know that singing together, it synchronizes us. It synchronizes our breath. It synchronizes our systems, and it brings us together in such a unique way. So just trying to kind of reimagine that. I mean, my current job now, we have been running some rehearsals online, like Danielle said. It's just trying to figure out new ways to rehearse, and I'm becoming a digital sound engineer,
Right.
So we've been able to put out some virtual choir projects. We've got a couple debuting this week. We've got a virtual cabaret coming up this next Thursday. So, we are, after the initial shock, we're like, okay, but now we still have to go. We still have to do. We still have to figure out a way to connect and to get our message out there and stay as close as we can, even though we can't be close.
Right. That makes sense. That makes sense. And, it is forcing us to, take on roles that we haven't had before. And, which it can be exciting and it can be a little nerve-wracking, but, it seems like, you're doing an awesome job at it. And so, just a little bit of closing basics. So how can folks support you all and your organization right now? So we'll start with you, Lindsay.
Yeah, you can go to ladybrainpresents.com, or that's our social media handle as well. If you are a creative, women-identified person in this community and you're looking for folks to kind of help lift you up, you can join as a member. If you're in the community and you just want to support our mission and what we do, you can also contribute financially, or just kind of show up to our showcases. And just honestly, it feels good to just see somebody liking or sharing our information at this point. I think we're all just trying to keep the wheels on, and just to know people are out there and still supporting the arts, still supporting women identified creatives in this community. It means a lot. So I'd like to say that I'm really happy to be here and see all of you, because I think we have members that are in your organizations too. So it's nice to kind of reach out and touch everybody and say hi.
Oh yeah, agreed, most definitely. And Mariana, how would you, how can folks support you and your photography?
Connect on social media is great. Mariana Manasi Photography. I have done some socially distant photo shoots. I did some graduation porch photos, and that was really cool because that was just getting creative and in a way that I definitely hadn't pushed before. But yeah, it's reach out if you have the means, buy prints.
Perfect. And Kathleen, for you, how would you say, how can folks, support you and your organization?
Like Lindsay was saying, this is actually there's a little tiny silver lining where we're connecting with people that we haven't been able to connect with before. So absolutely find us on social media, follow us on Facebook, Instagram, sdwc.org. We're going to start a new season in the fall. We're going to be taking new members, even though we are probably going to be rehearsing, that looks a lot like this. And support your local artists. Those of us who do this, reach out. We're reinventing. I'm teaching digital lessons. There's all sorts of, I think we can just think a little harder on how to be innovative and support each other.
Right, agreed. Fantastic. And Danielle, for you, how would you say folks can support you and your organization right now?
Well, some new auditions once we are in person. So you can email us sdrrc@gmail.com. And then you can also follow us on Instagram. We are SD Resistance Revival Chorus. Really what we're looking for is people who are involved in different social justice projects and organizations. People who have large spaces that we can sing and stuff and just getting in.
Fantastic, fantastic. Well, I want to thank you all so very much. Danielle, thank you. Kathleen, Mariana, and Lindsay, thank you so much for joining us in SheFest 2020. And for all the folks, if you missed any of that information, it will all go out in Virtual SheFest 2020 follow-up email for their social medias and websites. Thank you all again so much, and appreciate each of you taking out the time of your day to chat with us.
Thanks for having us. Good to see everyone.
Thanks for hosting.
Alrighty, so starting at 11:45 in Zoom room number 2 is our workshop Coping with Stress in 2020. And a few minutes ago, activism with Ginny got started in Zoom room number 1. So please check those out if you're interested. So now for our next segment, the topic will be Women in Politics in San Diego. This will be moderated by our guest host, Janessa Goldbeck. Everyone, please join me in welcoming Janessa. Hi, Janessa, how are you?
Hey everyone, great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. So I'll pass it off to you and I'm gonna head out of here.
Sure thing. Well, thank you so much. Thanks to everyone who has tuned in this afternoon. I just want to apologize in advance. I'm in a house in the mountains and my Wi-Fi is a little spotty. So hopefully you'll be able to understand me and I'll be able to understand the panelists. It's a real honor to be here today talking with a couple of real trailblazers in the San Diego community. Our first panelist is San Diego City Council President Georgette Gomez. And Council President Gomez is the daughter of working class immigrants. She grew up right here in San Diego and earned a BA in Environmental and Natural Resource Geography from San Diego State University. She went on to lead the fight against neighborhood polluters, advocating for stricter laws on lead paint that threaten the health of children, and helped expand affordable housing for seniors and low-income families. She's the first LGBTQ Latina elected to the San Diego City Council, and she's also an elected ADEM delegate for the California Democratic Party. And we're really excited to have Council President Gomez with us today. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. Good to see you, Janessa.
Nice to see you as well. Our second panelist today is the Honorable Chris Kehoe, who I see has just joined us now. She is a former California state senator and a legend in the LGBTQ community here in San Diego. She became San Diego County's first openly LGBTQ elected official when she was elected to the San Diego City Council in 1993. And she served as council member for District 3 until 2000 when she was elected to the California State Assembly and to the California State Senate in 2004. During her time in the state legislature, she served as the Assembly Speaker pro tem, only the second woman to hold that title, and she was the founding chair of the LGBTQ caucus. She left elected office in 2012, having forged a path for LGBTQ elected officials. And since her election in 1993, San Diego's 3rd City Council district has been consistently represented by an openly LGBTQ elected official. Chris continues to be involved in the community, mentoring many women and LGBTQ up-and-comers. She has most recently served as the co-chair of the Community Advisory Council for the San Diego History Center's LGBTQ+ San Diego Stories of Struggles and Triumph. So it is a real honor to have you both here today, and I'm excited to get the conversation started.
Yeah, should be good.
So I'll go ahead and toss the first questions for both of you, but I'll start off with Council President Gomez. What made you decide to run, and was that something that you had expected to do before you jumped into the race?
Yeah, so no, I was thinking about it in terms of how to engage in this conversation. I never thought of myself ever running. For me, the work that I've done and where I dedicated my energy and my entire dedication, it really is to transform our communities to be more, and have government to be more inclusive and more just for all community members. That's where I've dedicated my work. I really never thought ever in my life that I would be running for any type of government election. So really, I've always centered the work that I do to really advance social justice, inclusion in our community, for our community. And that's because of, as you were introducing me, being the daughter of immigrant parents, growing up in a very low income community, and having experienced those injustices myself. I always just thought that we can be better, we can do better, and we should do better. So that's always been my motivation. That's why I started as a community organizer. started doing public policy advocacy, got very involved in electing other people to represent our communities. And there was a point in my life where that question was posed to me, and I really needed to think deep because that's a different lens. And I always thought myself as a outsider influencing those that make decisions. But I really thought, why not? Why not me? Why is it that I'm not thinking of myself in that way? So really that it was a full circle for me to really, when I decided to say, yes, I'm going to run for city council, it was something that was uncomfortable. But I think we need to do more of that. And I know later on we're going to have discussions about policy making, but we definitely need to see ourselves in those positions and figure out how to get there if we feel like that's the drive. For me, my drive and the reason that I do what I do is social justice and really creating a government that is inclusive of who we are. And that's been my motivation, and that's the reason that I got into where I am now as the council president for the city of San Diego.
Thank you. Same question to you, Chris. How'd you get involved, and did you ever see yourself in that role?
Thanks, Janessa. Georgette, it's great to see you. And I hear there's a lot of people tuned in, so that's wonderful. Happy She Fest 2020, everybody. I didn't, like Georgette, I didn't grow up wanting to be a city council member. In fact, if you asked me even 5 years before I ran, I don't think I could have given you a strong yes. But it naturally grew out of my community engagement. Gay pride, lesbian solidarity back in the mid-'80s, early 80s really, working for the Center for Women's Studies and Services, the Hillcrest Business Association. So gradually my community engagement got broader, and I built relationships that turned out to be incredibly strong and really helped me a lot when I ran. It was a very short race. It was an odd year race. We don't have them anymore, so it was a very focused campaign. Georgette will appreciate this because she's got a campaign all over the place. But I was proud to be the first elected official, gay elected official to win a seat in San Diego County. Others had run prior, and there was a pent-up demand in the community. LGBTQ voters in San Diego really wanted to have an out person in some office. And circumstances aligned so that I had the opportunity to run. I declared in June, the primaries in September, and the general was in October. So it all happened in less than 6 months. It was a community campaign. It was a people's campaign. We literally, some Saturdays we had more volunteers than we could manage. And that's the luckiest thing that can happen in a campaign, especially now in the time of COVID. I know Georgette running for Congress, one of the two most important races San Diego is dealing with this year, along with Todd Gloria running for mayor. For those of the viewers that want to get engaged in politics, because I know that's one of the questions, contact these campaigns today and say, I want to help. How can I help?
Thank you, Chris.
She's a good ringer.
Yes, yes.
That's the idea. We've only got
to have her as a mentor.
Yeah. So both of you are trailblazers. Both of you, your campaigns got a lot of attention for being the first XYZ when you're running. Right. There are a lot of people who are getting more interested in politics who might not fit into what society deems as a standard candidate, right? We're expanding the definition of what it means to run for office, what elected officials should look like. So for those in the audience who maybe don't see anyone who looks like them or has had the same experience as them coming up in the world in office right now, what advice would you have for them based on your own experience, kind of having that experience as well when you're running?
Chris?
Take the leap. That's what I would say. Thanks, Georgette. There is, there's no way you can forecast what it's like to jump into a campaign as an individual. And you're right, Janessa. Politicians, elected officials, candidates come in all different sizes, shapes, colors, and abilities, and it's expanding every cycle. The only way you'll know if it's something that you want to do, that you can feel it in your gut, is to jump into a campaign. And, you know, I think you should definitely get your feet wet. If you're seriously thinking running for office, please engage with Georgette Gomez or Todd Gloria, and really see what it's like, especially in the time of COVID, because it's a whole different ball game. But but you have to. It's people to people. It's real time. It's emotional. You really have to get your guts into it. So the only experience that really counts is what you bring to the campaign and you bring to the table. You've got to do it yourself.
Yeah, I would just add, I echo what Chris just stated. I would also just, I think getting an understanding of what campaigning is really important, because it's not sexy work. It's grueling work. It's being on the phones. It's talking to people that you've never spoken to. Is engaging others, motivating others. It's a lot of work, and sometimes people have this perception of I can do that, and yes, people can. And but I would say start with getting involved in other campaigns, understanding what campaigning means, but also understand why you want to do it. What's the drive? Because I think we all think, oh, I can do that, but understand, for me, it was literally, I was grounded in community work, and I continue to be grounded in community work, and I understand what that means for me. So I came in, and I wasn't the traditional candidate either when I ran. I wasn't supposed to win, and now, yes, I'm in a different campaign now that is the same thing. I'm somebody that comes from the non-traditional, and my background is community work, is advocacy. It wasn't me hanging out with the downtown people. It was actually working with the people that are closest to the issues that we're trying to address, from housing to economic justice to LGBTQ issues to just everything that we can lay out. That's where I come from. That's the root that I come from. So I would say if anybody is interested, get an understanding of what it means, get experience, do the phone, the texting, the fundraising for other candidates. That's really important. But also be grounded on what motivates you. I think that's really important, because what I see sometimes is I sometimes encounter people that are doing it for other reasons that aren't to advance policies, but is to advance just resume creation. And I don't know if that's what not that I don't know, that's not what people want. People want electeds that are going to be pushing policies, shift government to address their livelihood. And they want to see more of that. And we're seeing that throughout the nation in how campaigns are turning out. So I would say to people that are thinking about it, reach out to me. I'm more than happy to talk to people, make myself available. I want to share my experience. I want to share what City Hall looks like. If you're interested in spending a week, a month, whatever it is, just to see the insight. Because also once you're there, it's not sexy either. It's grinding work. It's not the House of Cards or those political Netflix documents that we all see. It's real work, and it's grueling work. It's a lot of sacrifice from your loved ones, but it's because of that motivation that one has that you're willing to do that. So reach out to my office. I'll make myself available to people to discuss it more.
Council President Gomez, would you say it's less like House of Cards and more like Parks and Rec, or closer to the West?
I would say more like Parks and Rec, actually. But it's rewarding. It really is. It's chaotic and it's frustrating, and because you're dealing, at least at the local level, you have 9 different council members. That's 9 different opinions. We're not made the same way. We're not in it for the same reasons. So navigating through that can be frustrating, but at the end of the day, it's extremely rewarding. I feel extremely privileged to hold the office that I do, and I'm gonna maximize it to the very end. So.
Great. Well, and I'll just add one thing that Pete Buttigieg said on the campaign trail that really stuck out to me was someone asked him, is America ready for a gay president? He said, there's only one way to find out. So whether you are, the first person like you to run for a seat, there's only one way to find out if you're quote unquote electable. It's to run. So
you're not electable until you win.
That's right. That's right.
Exactly.
I'm going to start with you again, Council President Gomez. You talked a little bit about the beginning about coming out of the activist community, and there's definitely a difference between being an activist on the outside and governing. We live in a time right now where we're seeing a lot of social upheaval, policy upheaval, a lot of questions about how the status quo is and what we can do to change that. How do you balance making tough decisions when there are really vocal, really vocal constituencies, really important issues at hand, but you also are balancing, like you talked about, these 9 different personalities on a council? How do you make those tough decisions? What do you center yourself on as you make those decisions?
Yeah, that's a good question, and there's not a straight answer. So I guess it's good that we're having a queer conversation here, right? It really, for me, I always center my decisions on advancing social justice. In any way that is, it might be an inch, it might be a mile, I don't know, but it's about that. So knowing that if there's a way to do that, I will do that. So yes, right now we're seeing it more, but these issues that we're seeing right now have been there for centuries, right? Our nation, our government. I grew up in a low-income community, a community that was that government decided to center polluters that impacted people's health, quality of life. And the environmental justice movement is a very long movement, of decades long, but that's where I come from. So for me, doing what I do every single day, I always center justice, inclusion in my decisions. Even when I was elected, I created my team based on that and based on those experiences. I'm always reminded that this work is you're in it for a very, very long time. Change happens very, very small and incremental ways, and I'm aware of that. So I just have to keep reminding me that. But does it hurt me? Yes, it does, because at times it's frustrating that we can't do more. Right now, if we look at the city of San Diego, we have a majority Democratic council, and but not all Democrats are created the same. Different values, different guidance, different constituency. So it's not just as easy as to say, well, why aren't y'all doing more? Well, it's because of the political dynamics, and that's the reality of unfortunately, the reality of politics. Now, governing is different, and I will always govern from a social justice lens. That's no question whatsoever. And I'm challenged constantly in how to do that and how to move that needle, even if it's an inch. And I will continue to do so, just because that's why I'm there. I'm not there to continue growing my personal career. It's not about that. But for me, it's very easy. There's no question whatsoever as to why I'm there, why I'm taking up that space, and I will continue to do so. People might not see it in such a way, but I can tell you that every single day, the way that I engage isn't from that lens.
Thank you. I don't know, Chris, if you have anything you'd like to add to that. Otherwise, I have a specific question for you as well.
I think Georgette really described her thinking on that very well. And I just want to say, I think Georgette's support comes a lot because people recognize her values are authentic. They can count on her.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. So my question is for you then, Chris. You have been an amazing mentor for so many people who've come up behind you, helping them, show them the ropes, introduce them to the right folks. How do those of us who want to see more Black, Indigenous, and people of color elected, how can we help support folks who are coming up, who might not be connected already? What are some how can we as a community really elevate these voices that are underrepresented in our political sphere today?
Definitely, people of color are underrepresented. We need more Black elected officials. We need more Latino elected officials, and we need more women elected officials of color also. And let's not lose track. We've got an all women's page here, all lesbian page here, but in the legislature and the U.S. Congress, women are still underrepresented. So that's always important. But to reach out to communities of color, be in the community. There are so many new organizations and longstanding organizations that have sprung up in just the last few years around social justice, around criminal justice reform, how to make changes, how to make reduce the injustice and the routine abuse of Black citizens by the police and traffic and all that sort of thing. So there are leaders in the community that are outspoken, that are heading up organizations, San Diegans for Social Justice and more, a lot around Black Lives Matters and the recent and ongoing civil unrest. And just get out there and tell people that we're with them. Also, we've had more people of color running as candidates. And again, like I started, volunteer on one of these campaigns, get to know the candidate and that candidate's supporters, and you will be meeting lots of people of color who are engaged and motivated and looking at how to make change through politics.
That's great. Thank you. I'll just add in there as well, there are so many fantastic candidates who are running, who are Black women, women of color right here in San Diego. That I would encourage folks in the audience to definitely check out. If you're not already plugged in, Standing Up for Racial Justice San Diego can help sort of elevate and showcase some of those candidates. We've got a lot of up and comers here in San Diego, and that's very exciting to see. So we've got just a few minutes left before we have to transition to the next panel. So I would just like to ask each of you, what is one thing that you're most proud of from your time in office?
Well, I can be brief, Georgette. It's kind of where I started. I mean, I'm proud of my legislative record. I did a lot of good things on the city council, including expanding gay rights and LGBT appointments at the time. But winning that first race kind of opened the door for so many more LGBTQ candidates, office holders, judges, elected and appointed officials. And I think it really changed the conversation in San Diego, and I'm most proud of that. Second would be the way Senator Toni Atkins' career has advanced. We worked together from day one in 1993, including the campaign. She was on the city council, she was Speaker of the Assembly, and now she's the President of the California State Senate. And so keeping our people in office is always important too, and expanding the diversity within our cohort of gay elected officials.
Yeah, I would say, being able to have won my election was pretty significant. Yes. And I'm very proud of that, because we were able to do it because of the community support. It wasn't because we had the money, and Christine Kehoe was key, Tony was key, Todd was very supportive. But at the end of the day, it was a very strong grassroots campaign. We walked the district in a significant way. There were a lot of people that got behind my campaign that are doing the community work, and they continue to do the community work. So I'm very proud of that. Now, in terms of the policies that we've been doing and the fact that I was able to get elected by my peers to be the council president twice, that was pretty significant because I've never have hide that my values are very present in how I engage, but I'm also very mindful of being able to collaborate with others that are not coming from the progressive movement. And how you do that, I've been able to earn the support of folks that I normally wouldn't be speaking to. The mayor's a Republican, and we have a good relationship. We might not see eye to eye on policies and how we see things, but we've been able to move things such as updating the affordable housing policy that Tony Atkins introduced when she was a council member, over a decade old, and nobody wanted to touch it because it's not an easy lift to do. I did it. It took me several times, but I was able to do it. I made it illegal for landlords to not discriminate to people that are getting government assistance to pay their rent. That actually influence state policy. I mean, I can continue, the list goes on, but I've been very aggressive and really pushing strong policies because that's what we should be doing as council members. We are the legislative body, and I've been very aggressive, and that's because I come from that lens, influencing policy. So I'm very proud of that work. I'm very proud of lifting the importance of what public transportation is in San Diego. We created a strong platform. It took a mild turn because of COVID, but that was not an easy lift as well. And it's something that we need to continue pushing. And I've actually, because of the district that I represent, very diverse. I'm the representative for the district that is the home to our refugee community. I have been able to lift the voices at the city council. We're right now working on a project. If successful, we're going to be able to have an actual refugee center in the city of San Diego. And that will be very significant because we're actually acknowledging our community of who our community is. So I've been very successful in bringing the POC, the people of color voices to city council. And it's something that is really important to me because that's who I am.
Fantastic. Well, thank you both so much for being here. For those who are listening, they both offered to have conversations with you if you're interested. I'd also like, yeah, Georgette's a little busy these days, but I also have run and was beat by Council President Gomez in a primary, but I have experience being a first-time candidate. I'll say I had a great time. I learned so much. It's a real privilege to run. And I'll run again for something. If you have any questions and like to speak to me, I think SheFest is blasting out all of our contact information, but please reach out. I'd love to have a conversation with anyone who's watching who might be considering running in the future. I definitely recommend it. But thank you both, for State Senator Chris Kehoe, Council President Gomez. Really appreciate your time. And thanks,
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Chris. Good to see you. Good to see both of you.
Bye-bye.
Happy SheFest. Yes.
Happy SheFest.
My name is Jeremy Payne. I work with Equality California. It's hard to overstate how much is at risk through the 2020 census for the LGBTQ community. The LGBTQ community has disparities that are far greater than our non-LGBTQ peers.
My name is Adrienne Roy, and I work with Equality California. The stakes become very clear that if we don't get an accurate count, we won't get the resources we need for our community.
And you know what's going to happen if people don't get counted? Our community will lose $2,000 per person. Over 10 years, that's $20,000.
That's $20,000 that comes back to our community, to our LGBTQ community, to our Black community, to our communities of color, to our rural communities. These are resources that go to our roads, to our schools, to our hospitals. That matters.
I know a lot of this is going to be virtual, so people can actually get counted on their cell phone, on their computer, but they have to know that. If we're not counted, that money is not going to come to our communities. That money is going to go to other states. And that's our money. That's our money that we paid in federal taxes.
Frankly, that's why my jam is getting out and talking to folks.
Equality California wants to make sure that we were involved in doing our part so that we all will be counted.
Hey everyone, how's it going? So in our next segment, we just saw an informative video from EQCA, and now we're going to chat with Olga, our special guest Olga, about the census and why it's so important. Hi, Olga, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Nika. Yeah, my name is Olga Cortez, pronouns she, they, he, and I do civic engagement at San Diego Pride. Did you know that right now over nearly 9 million LGBTQ adults are registered and eligible to vote in the 2020 general election? So the more of us going out to vote means more of us can support pro-equality candidates and policies, giving us more political power.
Wow, this is great information. How can folks register to vote, and how can you check if we've already registered to vote?
Well, it's super easy. It takes like 5 minutes, and all you need to do is go to sdvote.com. And the only thing you're going to need are the last 4 digits of your social security number or your California ID number. And in California, vote by mail ballots are going to be mailed to each registered voter prior to the November 3rd election. So in addition, and this is in addition to offering in-person voting. And you're going to get your ballots by October 3rd, Mean Girls Day.
So where can I return my ballot?
Well, it's postage free. You can drop it back in the mailbox, or you can drop it off at any polling location or a registrar's office on election day.
Sweet, sweet. So what can we do to take action and make sure our community goes out and votes?
Great question. You can go to sdpride.org/vote and pledge to vote. And we can also definitely use some volunteers to help engage the community. Email vote@sdpride.org. And San Diego Pride will get back to you and plug you in. Also, I'll be in a workshop later today with a few other amazing organizers around San Diego talking about how y'all can get involved. Join us at 1:15 p.m. in Zoom room 2.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you. Okay, so let's talk about the 2020 census. Can we still do the census?
Yes, the new census deadline is October 31st, and you can complete it online, by telephone, or by mail. You can actually go right now to my2020census.gov to fill it out today.
Awesome, awesome. So what if, I didn't receive my census in the mail and I don't have my unique census ID?
Well, even if you didn't receive it in the mail, you don't actually need your census ID. Just click on, when you go on the link, just click on if I don't have a census ID, click here, and you'll be linked in with your address.
Oh, perfect, okay. So why would you say it's important for every one of us to complete the 2020 census?
Oh, that's because this way we can all have an accurate and complete population count. And this data is used to make sure that everyone is equally represented in our political system and that government resources are allocated fairly. And everyone gets counted. The census counts all people who reside in the US regardless of citizenship or immigration status.
Okay. And what questions does the census ask?
They ask your name, sex, age, date of birth, race, ethnicity, as well as those details for everyone else who's living in your household. And all information is your own self-identified information, including name, race, ethnicity, and gender identity.
Okay. So what are the gender options?
Well, like many surveys, the census restricts responses to male and female only, unfortunately. Unfortunately, this question fails to acknowledge the myriad of sexes and genders that exists. You can self-identify here the way that you feel most comfortable, but the Census Bureau will not cross-reference individuals' answers on the census with any other documentation.
Wow. So would you say the Census State and the U.S. Census Bureau where can share my information?
The Title 13 requires your information to be kept confidential and prevents your responses from being used against you by any government agency. It's illegal for them to share your information. So you can go to my2020census.gov to fill out the census today.
Sweet. And folks, if you missed the link, the information will definitely go out in Virtual SheFest 2020 follow-up email after our event is over. So Olga, thank you so much for informing us. And I know that everyone has gotten that information. They'll definitely get it again. So be sure to get out there and fill out that census.
Thank you so much, Nika.
Take care.
You too.
All right, fantastic. So up next, we have LA-based Queer Heartthrobs boy band. And boy band is an all queer pop vocal cover band. They're a tribute to boy bands of past and present that we all know and love, and are out here reimagining your favorite pop anthems. They feature 5 talented people of various sexual orientations and gender identities, representing the beauty and diversity of our queer community. We're going to watch their music video and follow up with a live Q&A. So start typing in those questions you have for them in the chat. Without further ado, please enjoy boy band's music video for Drag Me Down.
I've got a fight for a heart. I'm not scared of the dark. You've never seen it look so easy. I got a river for a soul, and baby, you're a boat. Baby, you're my only reason. If I didn't have you, there would be nothing left. The shell of a man who can never be his best. If I didn't have you, I'd never see the sun. You taught me how to be someone, yeah.
You stood by me when no one else was ever behind me. All these lights, they can't blind me. With your love, nobody can drag me down.
All my life, you stood by me when no one else was ever behind me. All these lights, they can't blind me. With your love, nobody can drag me down. Nobody. Hey! Nobody can drag me down. Nobody. Hey! Nobody can drag me down. I got a fire for a heart. I'm not scared of the dark. You never seen it look so easy. I got a river for a soul, and baby, you're a boat. Baby, you're my only reason. If I didn't have you, there would be nothing left. The shell of a man who can never be his best. If I didn't have you, I'd never see the sun. You taught me how to be someone, yeah. All my life, you stood by me when no one else was ever behind me. All these lights, they can't blind me. With your love, nobody can drag me down. Nobody. Hey! Nobody can drag me down. Nobody. Hey! Nobody can drag me.
All my life, you stood by me when no one else was ever behind me. All these lights, they can't blind me. With your love, nobody can drag me down.
All my life, you stood by me when no one else was ever behind me. All these lights, they can't blind me. With your love, nobody can drag me down. Nobody. Hey! Nobody can drag me down. Nobody. Hey! Nobody can drag me down. Nobody. Hey! Nobody can drag me down.
What a spectacular cover. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the members of Boy Band.
Woo!
Hey guys.
Hello.
What's up, She Fest?
How's everyone doing?
Awesome.
Awesome. Let's see.
Good. How are you?
Good, good. I think we have, all right, perfect.
Oh,
there are a lot of us.
No, actually, that was a spectacular cover, and I found myself singing along and sort of auditioning. You guys wouldn't be happening to look for additional members, are you? Or...
Hey, next time we have auditions, you're in, all right?
Perfect. So for everyone wondering, who is Boy Band? You know, who are all your members? So you can, if you let us know your name, your pronouns, and your favorite song to perform.
Yeah, totally. I'll start. My name is Sonia. I'm she, her, and my favorite song to perform is actually kind of new to our set. It's Lizzo, Feeling Good as Hell.
Sweet, sweet. Next we can go with Kaden.
Hi, my name is Kaden. My preferred pronouns are they, them. And my favorite song to perform would probably actually be Drag Me Down. It's a fun song.
Jamie?
Hey guys, my name is Jamie. My pronouns are she and her. And my favorite song to perform is Justin Bieber, Boyfriend.
Good one, good one. Kristen?
I think Kristen's audio is weird.
Okay, okay. No worries. You can come back to Kristen.
Massive, like,
oh,
it's just
no
like,
worries.
I'm gonna try to just change my Wi-Fi really quick or something.
Sounds good. So we'll come back to you, Kristen. So Betsy?
My name is Betsy. I'm she, her. But often at work I get called sir, and that's cool too. You know, I'm kind of down with it all. My favorite song that we perform, I think I'm gonna agree with Jamie's Boyfriend. That one's just like is so much fun. I really like that one a lot.
Awesome, awesome. Fantastic. So how did you all connect and form Boy Band?
So I'll take that one. I had this idea. It's been brewing in my head for a really long time because I've been a live performer with lots of groups, mostly choirs and stuff growing up. And not too long ago, I was part of a different cover band. And then I was like, you know, I love my queer folks. I love my community. So why not pursue a project specifically for that audience and represent, you know, the spectrum of who we are. Right. So we decided to put a group together, you know, posted for auditions and came upon all these super talented folks, and our chemistry and our energy and our vibe, it just worked so well. And, you know, we just got lucky that we all came upon each other.
Right, right. Of course. And that's the number one thing when you have a band, right? You want to mesh well and, you know, just work together. And from everything that I've seen, we all totally do that. Totally.
Absolutely.
So why did you choose to cover, you know, cover boy bands, those songs specifically, or, you know?
Yeah, I grew up with, not to give away my age, but I grew up with New Kids on the Block, NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, and I just loved how all the women were falling all over them and how much love they were getting on the stage. And I know that my fellow band members can kind of identify with that feeling. So it felt like a really natural fit. We wanted to kind of give that androgynous, bordering masculine, but mostly androgynous feel, and that kind of fit with the theme. And I'm a lover of pop music, and I know that band members are too. So just worked out that way.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah. So I see from your Drag Me Down video, everything seemed flawless. Can you give us some behind the scenes and if there was anything difficult or, you know, easy about filming?
Well, I'll say a little bit, then I'll have some of the band members chime in. But it was a one-day shoot. It was kind of ragtag. We've got a really solid team, you know, a great manager, a solid buddy who's super talented behind the camera, in front of the camera, and all those other things, and makeup artists, and, you know, all of these people came together to really make us shine. And then the talented people in front of the camera too. Do you guys have anything to add?
I'm frozen over here.
We see your smiling face though, Jamie. You look good.
Woo! Yeah, that was a fun day of shooting. It was a long, actually, it wasn't really a long day. We just got a lot in that day.
Okay.
So we all like were on the same page, and it was really amazing. The funniest part was when we're all kind of in our red black outfit. We went to like a friend of a friend's house, and we just kind of were like, "Hey, we're about to shoot here. Like, is this cool?" And they were so supportive, and they were like, "Get on our roof, like, let's do this." And like, that was super scary because we had the camera guy on the roof. Like, it was pretty insane, but it was so much fun.
Okay, awesome.
So I'll add in there. If I may.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, the craziest part about me for shooting the Knock Me Down video, or I'm sorry, Drag Me Down, was getting on top of that house. There's a scene in that video where we're shooting on top of a house, and that was like my first time being on a house, you know, with no medics on site and things like that. So kind of said a prayer inside, and Sonia kind of held my hand up there, and we got some really nice sun-kissed shots, and just, that was awesome.
It looked good. I was wondering about that, and you know, I was like, oh, maybe there's some, you know, strings, some definitely a medic thing, but that's cool to know. Well, interesting to know that, you know, there wasn't a medic on site, but I mean,
living dangerously.
Yeah, right. Kaden, did you any experiences from behind the scenes that for you?
Oh man, it's funny because they're all talking about that roof on the house. First of all, you have to know there was no ladder. We did not use ladder to get up. We used the refrigerator and two really tall men. So to just move up to the roof. But yeah, if anything, like that was the most fun I've ever had shooting a music video. It was amazing. Everyone had like such a great attitude. And yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Right. Awesome. So what's next for Boy Band? Like where are you all heading from here? Like,
yeah, I mean, we would love for this pandemic to go away, but glad that at least SheFest gets it right and is keeping people at a distance so this can finally go away. We really, really miss being together and then performing for crowd. Right. So we'd love for that to happen, but we're also working on original music soon. We just need the opportunity to get together so we can really collaborate. When we're all together, magic happens. Right. So we're just waiting for that.
Awesome. I feel that too. And I know for certain you've gotten me as an additional fan. So how can everyone watching follow and support you all?
We are on Instagram at Queer Boy Band, Boy BOI Band, and Facebook. And you know, we're not posting a ton right now, but we're gonna definitely keep our presence up there and support other organizations like SheFest and everybody who is supportive in the queer community. We want to be a part of that message as well. So stay tuned with us, and we'll be in tune with you guys.
Fantastic. And, you know, I'm proud of myself because I was like, okay, I can't fangirl too much, and I think I did. So everyone,
just give us a little 2 seconds fangirl. I just want to taste, you know, just to
you
taste.
Want to scream or?
Yeah, let's hear it, Nika.
Whatever you got.
We'll do a quick.
That's what we live for.
Love it.
Dream come true right there.
No, everyone, please be sure to follow Boy Band on social media and the website and keep in touch with them. And thank you all so much for your time. And I'm looking forward to your future performances along with everyone else. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Nika. Thank you, SheFest.
Thanks for having us. Thank you for everybody watching. We're big supporters. We love you guys.
Of course. Love you all. Thank you.
Bye.
Awesome. So our next segment is all about highlighting our vendors. But before I introduce your guest host, I want to thank you all for letting me host the first half of Virtual SheFest 2020. And I hope you're all thoroughly enjoying yourselves from the comfort of your home. Asher will be taking over as your host for the second half of SheFest. Now, please help me give a warm welcome to your guest host for the next segment, Carmen. Hi, Carmen. How's it going?
Hi. It's going well. How's it going for you?
Going well. Can't complain. So I'll give it to you, and the floor is yours. Thank you, everyone.
Awesome. Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carmen. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am the business owner of Lotus Love Reiki. I am a Reiki master. And I've actually been with SheFest since the beginning, way back in 2014, when it just started out as a small group of women who wanted to do something for our community. And so from there, it just grew. And for me, SheFest means so much more than when it first started, because now we are more inclusive, we are more united, and I just can't wait to see how it continues in the future. By the way, a little bit after this, the last 5 minutes of our broadcast, we're going to have a live segment where you guys can come on in and ask all the questions that you have for our vendors, including myself, and let's get to it. So we're just waiting for a few folks to come on right now. I want to say thank you to our lovely interpreter. And yeah, so we're just waiting for people. So if you guys can get those questions that you have started on a list, and also check out the website on Pride so that you can get a list of all the vendors and kind of peruse and see what we have to offer, and then also have those questions ready. So hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, I love seeing all these faces. Look at all these awesome vendors. We're just waiting. We're just waiting for a few more folks. Come on. Let's see. So for the vendors today, just a few questions that I want you to take into consideration. Let us know why SheFest. What does SheFest mean for you? And then, go ahead and introduce who you are. Let us know what your pronouns are as well. And a little tidbit about your business. And how has COVID, how has it either put a little kink in your business, or in how have you gotten past that kink? Because, whether there's COVID or not, things come up, and we are persistent and we are resistant. That's what we are. We are a group of persistent and resistant folks who will continue to thrive. So let's see who we have here. Does anybody want to go ahead and start about who they are, what they are about, and what SheFest means to them?
We can start.
Awesome.
Hi. I'm Tony, she, her, hers. I'm Catherine, she, her, hers. And our company is called Pet Cartooning. So we create custom cartoon pieces of your special pet.
We also use our platform to bring awareness to social injustice and to communities that mean a lot to us, LGBTQI and the Black community as well. So it's really important to us to use that platform to speak up.
And did you want us to talk about SheFest and what it means to us, or kind of just let everyone introduce themselves first?
Actually, could you do that? That would be wonderful.
Okay, perfect. So what SheFest means to us, you want to go ahead then?
So we went, I think the first time I went, we had rescued our dog, who's over here taking a nap. And we just thought it was so awesome that it was such a safe space for diversity. It was so inclusive. The whole idea of just feminism and just being able to be in a place where we felt safe and looking around at all walks of life. It was just beautiful for us to be a part of that. And with the dog thing, and that was our favorite memory. Tony will tell you.
They have like a little doggy fashion show, or and they get all dressed up and stuff. And that was the cutest thing. Those dogs were like getting it. So we loved that. We were like, oh, this is awesome.
Can we see your pup, or is your pup busy doing pup things?
She's sleeping, so I wouldn't call that busy. That's like her norm. But yeah, we'll show her.
Okay, then we'll. Oh, hi, Puff Puff. Thanks for being a She-Fest pup. Awesome. Well, thank you, you two. I really appreciate it, and I think I don't want to speak for our community, but I'm going to just say thank you on behalf of all the folks at She-Fest for coming on board. I really appreciate it. Awesome. Sylvie, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I'd love to. My Wi-Fi cuts in and out, so hopefully this will be awesome and I'll be able to stay on. You just want to know who I am and a little bit about my business? Cool.
Yes, and what She-Fest means to you and why She-Fest.
Awesome. Sylvie, I use she, her pronouns. Came to last She-Fest because I love the idea of a women in LGBTQI space. I think it's really important to have like those kind of inclusive spaces that people who don't often feel like, what's happening out and about is really for them. So I think She-Fest, felt like an inviting place to show up to. And my business is called V-Cycle, and I teach bike maintenance classes and exclusively to people who identify as women and LGBTQI. So She-Fest just made a lot of sense. And I had a bunch of fun at the last one. So because of that, I decided to get involved again and join the committee. And I was new to San Diego when I got involved with She-Fest initially. So it was a really cool way to begin to find my community in San Diego.
Awesome. And how do you see yourself right now as business progresses moving forward with COVID-19?
Yeah, I've made a bunch of adjustments. I haven't taught any face-to-face classes, obviously. I had to go with doing an online class, but teaching people bike maintenance on Zoom is really challenging. But what I've been doing instead is focusing on like not quite that side of bike education, but the community building side of it. So I put on a couple of virtual workshops with 50, 60 people that have been about highlighting some voices of women and LGBTQI folks in cycling. And I'm going to keep doing those because that's been a much needed kind of educational space to highlight and represent people that you don't see in cycling as often.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. Let's see. Next, let's hear. So my screen gets a little blotchy, so the little holds on here. So, Yinka, would you mind going next?
Sure. I'm Yinka. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I am an independent event planner, and I own my own event planning company called Triple Pocket Events, based out here in San Diego. This is actually my first She-Fest, and I am super excited to be participating in it. I work a lot with San Diego Pride, and so I know a lot about She-Fest, but I've actually never participated onto today. So unfortunately, I don't have a memory, but this is going to be my first memory of She-Fest.
Well, I'm super excited that the virtual She-Fest is going to be your first one, because from here on out, you can say, you know what? Little COVID never hurt me. Little COVID never stopped me from participating and celebrating. So you're like, you know what? I got this. Next year, when we're all in person, this is fine. I got this, right?
You are 100% correct. At least I am here virtually, and that is a lot to me.
And how great is it for everybody in the audience right now that you guys can actually join us, still be in your PJs and we not know it, or if you want us to know it and you look fabulous in your PJs or your sweatpants, although it is super hot and humid, no judgment. If you want to be in sweats, awesome. We're just happy to have you join us. And next, can we have Canada Pride introduce themselves for us?
Hello, everybody. My name is Tara. And your pronoun? And, she, her, hers, sorry. And then I am Kayla, and she, hers. And we have Canna Pride, so we have CBD products for people and pets. And so
She Fest. She Fest. Our first time going was last year, and it was just a wonderful experience. Just the whole vibe of everybody, just so much love in the air. So then I joined the committee this year, and there's just realizing like we're all in this, for the same reason. So I just love being a part of it. So.
Heck yeah. And our sound is kind of cutting in and out. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, no. You guys are coming through clear enough.
There we go.
So I know some of you So I know some of you have already answered, how has COVID affected your business? If you have, awesome. I'd also like for you to kind of comment to, so that you can also give other business owners who might not be on this forum right now a little bit of hope and a little bit of, some hint about to go when it comes to COVID and continuing your business, or if you have, anything else that you'd like to contribute, because there are people who are listening to us thinking, well, I feel lost. I just started my business this year and then boom, and they have this sense of why me? So, moving forward, I would like to have that sense of why me, why not me? If you guys can kind of elaborate on how you are progressing with COVID-19 and your business, that would be wonderful. So would Pet Cartooning like to go first?
Yes, we can go first.
Thank you.
No problem. So I think it ends up being a little different if you can do things online. So we actually just started our business last month in the middle of COVID, feeling like it would be an opportunity to kind of do something in the e-commerce space. Since people weren't getting out and doing things. With that in mind, we are aware that it's not an essential product. So it's not something that people need to buy or have to buy. We just kind of look at it as it's something that can kind of, brighten your life if you do get it. So I think that for us, we kind of jumped in and we were like, we'll see how it goes. COVID is already here. We'll just see what happens. So that's kind of our take on it.
Awesome. Sylvie, are you still available for us?
Yeah. Awesome. So I'm lucky enough that my business was designed to be mobile. And, the virtual thing is definitely new, but I don't have a shop space. I've always gone to people's community spaces because so much of, making people feel like they can fit into a space they usually don't see themselves in, I think is meeting people, in the spaces they already have a connection to. So with that said, yeah, it's been a big challenge to see, how I can do what I used to do in the same way. So I think this time is all about adaptability and just realizing that, not all the components of my business will be accessible in COVID, but what I think is most valuable in this is community building and highlighting folks that don't get seen as much as cyclists. And so that's something that's still easily available. And, I think also it's been cool to be involved in a movement and a moment that's happening now and make my business really synced up with that in a way that it has been in the past, but that hasn't been the main focus. So yeah, bringing education and representation into my business way more than it might have been when it was just a face-to-face, let's all hang out and fix bikes kind of activity, I think has been, maybe it's not a way to make money at all, but the value of what I do is still, really available. So, and this is my side business, thankfully. It would be challenging if all I was doing was teaching bike maintenance. I think I would be out of luck.
I think it's important to state that, you know, when we do this and we have our business on our own, whether it's, you know, in accordance with what we do full-time, part-time, you know, in between, it's nice to know that we're with a group of folks who do this because they truly love it. And I think part of that love transmits through our business. And I think there, you know, it's sometimes more than the pay itself, although we want the pay to come in, but the love of our business and being with community gives us so much, I don't know, like so much just payout on its own that it's worth sometimes all the challenges that it comes with, right? Yinka, can you go ahead and elaborate for yourself?
Sure. So I went out on my own and started my event planning company towards the end of last year. And as we all know, when COVID hit, events were just done. Live events, at least, were gone. And so I really took some time and started learning different virtual event platforms that were out there. And then once I had felt really good about it, I then started educating clients that I had that didn't know how to navigate a virtual space, and doing demos with them, and showing them that you can translate a live event into a virtual event. It's not going to be exactly the same, but it is possible. And I found that within the last couple of months, my business has really started picking up again. I mean, SheFest is virtual, Pride is going to be virtual. And so that is helping a lot because people are getting more comfortable being online. So I say to anyone who wants to start a business right now, do it. Honestly, to me, it's given me the time I need to really think out what I want my company to be, the types of clients that I want to have, how I want to brand it. And I wouldn't really have that time if we were all in a normal pace of life, because I would just be going with the live events. And so this time has really, I could really sit down and really think about what I want my business to look like. So if anyone is out there and they want to start their own business right now, I say it's one of the best times to do it. And if your business can survive this, you're going to flourish. You know what I mean?
Right, for sure.
Right now, you can only get higher. You can only do so more, more. So yeah, go ahead and start your business.
His hair.
I so love that, and I so resonate with that. If not now, when? If not when, why not? And I love that message. Thank you so much for sharing that. Canada Pride, you're up next. Oh, sorry. Do you want us to give it a few minutes? That's okay. No, he's first.
So weird.
Okay. If you need to bring your fur baby on with us, that's okay too. We welcome all the fur babies. Or lizard babies, or bird babies. All inclusion here.
Thank you. Oh, I think he's good. Yeah, he's good. He just needs some water. Okay. All right. So
let's do. Oh,
what is it? COVID we're talking about, right? So, as far as COVID, it made us.
Yeah. So how has COVID?
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. Our phone connection is so bad. Like, you keep cutting out. Let's see. Hopefully, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, now I can hear you too. So COVID just made us, we used to do a lot of outdoor events. So it just made it more, obviously virtual for us. But it's been great to connect with people even outside of San Diego where we are right now. So I think that's, that's a good thing that everybody should take from it is, we're all connecting, still on a different level though.
Yeah, I think it's impacted, I think, most businesses in a positive way, hopefully. This kind of like, you just have to switch it up a little bit and improvise, and still able to connect with the community, and that's the important part.
That connection piece is interesting. We were just talking today, and Catherine was saying she feels like she's friends with the people we're connecting with on Instagram.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. It's so awesome because I think now that we're all woke, we're not going to ever go back to normal. And we've always wanted to start a business, and this was like such a great time. And at the same time, it was so awesome to be able to connect with people who align with our values. And it's I don't know if there would have been like Inka said, I don't know if there had been a better time to start a business. I mean, it sounds odd, but
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I being in a virtual space too, I think either Tara or Kayla said it, but you get to meet people from all over the world. That's the one good thing about virtual. So usually when you are just live, you're in your little city, but so if you have whatever your business is, think about how far of a reach you can have being virtual.
Yes. I know for me, doing energy work it's been so different when it comes to doing Reiki or hosting meditation sessions. It's been so different, but yet so fun in a way that it's because it's new and it's interesting. And, I get to choose how I format it, versus how maybe we've been so used to the business side of it being in front of people, that now we get to evolve our business. And as folks who own businesses, right, we get to connect, like you said, yeah, sorry. Like you said, you get to connect with people all over the world now. And being able to do a healing session to someone maybe in Australia was totally different for me. And there's adjustments that need to be made, but those adjustments just means moving forward. And doing things virtually now has been super interesting. And I welcome the changes, and I welcome all of you who do that. And I thank you for everything that you are and everything that you aren't, because that makes you all perfect. I don't know if you guys have any questions for each other on here before we go on to the next segment of SheFest. Any questions? Or any questions from the live audience?
Yinka, I got a question. I'd love to know, what is the most common type of event you usually plan, like without COVID going on, and how have events shifted? What do people want to be doing now?
So I actually do a hodgepodge. I do not limit myself to one type of market or event. So I do it's going to sound weird, but I do a lot of sporting events. I do a lot of corporate events and private events, for birthday parties, anniversaries, things like that as well. Basically, if I love my client, I will do whatever event it is that they want. And so for me, it's really interesting that you asked me that. But for me, I choose my clients more than I choose my events, because I am such a person. I love connections. I love being able on the same wavelength as someone. And so that's how I go about doing it. What was the second part of your question? How it's changed?
Yeah, what kind of events do people want now that, maybe is a shift in what people have been doing?
Connection is so important right now that I think people just really want events where they get to see each other and they get to have a big group of people in a space. And so what I've been doing a lot is finding virtual event platforms where it's not just a webinar style platform where you don't get to see the audience. I've been looking for platforms where you get to see everyone who is in the platform, who is in the room, so that you can really have as much of a human connection as possible. So I've been doing a lot of wellness festivals, actually.
Nice. I might have to partner up with you on that one with a couple of yours.
Anytime, Carmen.
Yeah. So we're going to start wrapping it up. Does anybody have any other questions for each other, or anybody from the live feed? Any questions, any comments? Let me see. I have something that popped up here.
I've got an ask of like the panelists
okay.
and the audience. So one of the things
there is a question. What is the best advice? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, as just kind of a call out thing, one of the things I'm doing in San Diego is helping to set up a BIPOC history ride that's going to be, you know, kind of a virtual bike tour of San Diego, but focusing on places that have had an impact on folks' lives, or places that like something significant has happened that affected the community in San Diego, but fully focused on the BIPOC community, as well as the LGBTQI community. So I'd love to just put that out to the public, that if anyone has, you know, sites and statues and anything else in San Diego they think is significant, I'd love help building this. We've got a couple of folks on board at the moment, but we really want to open this up to the community to help us design this kind of educational event.
That's awesome. Is there a way that maybe you can put the information on the Pride website for us to reach you and contact you? That would be awesome.
Definitely.
Thank you. We did have one question come up. What is the best advice you have received as a business owner? And I open up to anybody here. Anyone?
I'll go.
I would say be open-minded, but I can't hear my stage.
Yeah. Agreed. Yinka, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, a friend of mine who owns her own business as well, we were talking and she told me about passion breaks, and she was just like, take passion breaks. And when you are a creative and you own your own business, you tend to just go all the time and burn yourself out. And so a passion break is just take some time to really concentrate on you, your well-being, so that you can keep doing what you love to do. So that's my advice. Take passion breaks and don't be afraid to take them.
I had someone tell me,
and before we wrap up, sorry, Sylvie, go ahead.
Oh yeah, it's quick. Just don't get caught up in, you know, making a logo and like building the best possible website and all that stuff. If what you do is what's going to be valuable, like focus on building that and make that great. And then you can come back to the website and the logo and all of those, you know, add-on things.
That's awesome. And I also think
that's right.
Sometimes we do all that because we're like, we just want it to be perfect. We want it to go well. And if we get all that done, then it should go great. Well, don't be afraid to fail too. So, because sometimes you can get those things done, or maybe you don't, and it could fail, but that's okay because it's a learning experience. I've learned from a lot of the things that I tried to start. So just don't be afraid to fail. It helps to be able to.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. I really do love that, because as business owners, we want things to be so perfect and perfect for our clients, right? That sometimes we get wrapped up in that and we forget about the process of loving what we do. Just so to wrap up, if each of you can kind of go along and kind of just restate who you are and how people can find you, maybe through social media, or if you have a website. Can we do that before we wrap up?
I can jump in. So
maybe okay.
Pet cartooning. So you can find us on Instagram at Pet Cartooning Brand. And on our page, there's also a link to get to the shop. We use Etsy, but even if you did petcartooning.com, it will take you directly to the page. We're actually doing a giveaway on there now. So copy in the post we did today, give the directions for that, and you can win a canvas. We're giving away one of our 16 by 12 canvases, and you can put your pet on there.
Ooh, I have two puppies. I might have to go in there.
Go in there.
Do you mind going next?
You can go.
I can go next. My company is.
Oh, you can get. There you go.
Go ahead. Okay. My company is called Triple Pocket.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Triple Pocket Events. You can find me on Instagram, just Triple Pocket Events, or Facebook, Triple Pocket Events. And I'm currently working on my website. So like Sylvie said, under construction, but still working.
Awesome. Canna Pride, how about you guys?
So you can find us on Instagram and Facebook at Canna Pride Lifestyle. And we are, I believe we have a code off still from Pride Month. Was it Pride 15?
Mm-hmm.
Pride 15. And you can use that on our website, www.cannapride.com. Go check it out. We also have some awesome blogs on there as well. Education is key. So.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sylvie?
This is awesome.
Okay, Sylvie, can you?
Yeah, my company is
How about you,
called
Sylvie?
V-Cycle. My company is called V-Cycle, like Sylvie, but just V-I-E. And it's the same thing on Facebook, on Insta. And as a shout out, a lot of folks that signed up to do SheFest didn't make it onto this panel, but we have made a website to kind of showcase all of the people that would have had booths at SheFest. So hopefully that link will be tossed up at some point, so you can actually find all of us and the 20 plus booths that didn't make it out. Give them some love.
Thank you, Carmen.
And everyone, my name is. Okay. Thank you. And my name is Carmen, and I am the business owner of Lotus Love Reiki. You can find me on Facebook and Instagram under Lotus Love Reiki. And I am excited to now pass it on. Oh, and to say thank you actually to all our folks who came on today and those who couldn't make it. Sophie said, go on to the Pride and check out all the businesses that couldn't make it with us today, and for those who did, and give us some love and give us some shout outs about, if you have any questions or want to, we are here for your services. So before I pass it on to Asher, who will be hosting the second half of SheFest, I just wanted to wish you all much love and much light, and that I give you and share with you all the love that is possible in this world. So passing it on. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much, Carmen, and the San Diego small business owners who were able to make it on for that segment. Owning a small business is no small task, and especially during the age of COVID. So thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us. Up next, I'm super excited. We will be hearing from some of the kids from San Diego Pride's youth program. They're going to talk to us about how adults can be better allies to youth, the importance of LGBTQ plus youth, and some other fun things. So stay tuned for that. Thanks. All right, so they are queuing up that footage. Sorry to leave you hanging there. It'll just be a couple minutes. All right, looks like they have it. Take it away.
Hi, my name is Jasper. I go by Jax for short, and my pronouns are he, him, his. I'm 13 years old, and I know SheFest through San Diego Pride's youth programs.
Hi, I'm Sophie, and I use she, her, hers pronouns. I'm just going to talk a little bit about my experience as youth in LGBTQ plus spaces.
That started for me for just actively searching for queer events, youth groups, trans groups. I ended up finding San Diego Pride's Youth Leadership Academy last year in 2019, and I started attending more San Diego Pride youth events, and my relationships grew, and I started getting more involved just by attending the events. If you put yourself out there, then you can find your place, your community, your people. They are there, I promise.
So I've been going to Pride Parade since I was about 6. My dad's company at the time marched in the parade every year. So from the ages of like 6 to around 12, I would go and I would march and I would get all dressed up, and it was one of my favorite times of the year. At the time, since I was so young, I didn't quite understand the meaning or how impactful these events were. But as I got older, that definitely shifted, and I definitely came to appreciate them a lot more. So when I was younger, I always loved to see the drag queens, and I would call them my sparkly friends, and they were the most beautiful people in the world to me, and so that was definitely one of my favorite parts. As for activism, my family has always been known as the activist family, between friend groups and larger family groups, and so ever since I was really little, I'd be going to protests or marches or overall just about big issues and events, having my voice heard. So this has not stopped or slowed or changed. I've definitely been going to a lot of protests and marches more recently about the bigger events going on right now in our world.
Activism is really, really great for growth, whether that be in relationships. You find great people through activism, really compassionate and strong, willing individuals are involved in activism. I have found my family through being an activist for the LGBT community. I have learned a lot and I have grown.
I feel that activism personally has really affected my life in a positive way. I feel that activism has made me more aware and more understanding of different perspectives. I feel like it's definitely given me a lot more confidence in using my voice and using my platforms to use them to speak about what I feel is important. So overall, activism has been a very, very, very important part in my life personally.
So typically, adults are much more respected than youth. We're very, very underestimated. And since social media is not safe for minors regarding having public accounts, it is very important that the adults that are comfortable having public accounts spread information, spread anything about your local youth groups, and promote these events as much as possible so less involved youth can find these events, find their community. You can also donate to these organizations and participate as a youth advisor so that you can provide advice and emotional support and a shoulder for these youth. We need to be listened to. We need our voices to be heard because we are all just as valid as adults. We have great opinions and great things to say.
Well, like I said, my parents have always supported me and always taken me to these kinds of events and always cared about my opinion in these types of topics. So that's been really helpful. More recently, I've joined a lot of groups that have also been really, really important in bringing my voice up and letting it be heard. So I think that's definitely important. There have definitely been some situations where the people have just looked at me and been like, but you're a kid. Do you really know what you're talking about? And that obviously hurts sometimes, but that just makes me try better and do better and make the outcome better than what they thought it would be. Personally, I think just listening to more youth's ideas and kind of not locking us out of the room where it happens kind of thing would be really, really great if that could continue to happen and happen more.
While it is very beneficial having older young adult and adult friends, it is much easier for youth to speak to other youth. And often queer spaces are very like sex, alcohol, drugs, and that's totally fine, but it's not very youth accepting, and we're often excluded from those areas. So having an exclusively youth section or space of an LGBT event or area is very, very beneficial. We find it easier to mingle and be accepted and find people that are other youth if it's a designated area for us.
Well, it makes us feel like we're not excluded. In this community, I've definitely come to realize that it is about not excluding people. It's about bringing people in. It's about caring for people who feel excluded in their day-to-day lives. So honestly, these kind of spaces for youth where we can just be ourselves and maybe it's not safe at home, or we go to school and we're bullied for who we are. And these spaces that I really appreciate, honestly, we can be ourselves. We can talk about that cute girl that we saw down the street, or we can talk about how maybe we want to wear makeup or we want to wear boys' clothes or whatever we are feeling inside about who we are. We can bring those up. And we can bring them up around safe people who understand and who will help us get through that. And so personally, I have benefited so much from these programs. I love talking to everybody. Everyone is so sweet and so kind and so understanding and just wants to hear what we have to say. And it's truly a beautiful thing. Youth safe spaces in the LGBTQ plus community is a space for people who may not be able to go to, a gay bar or to anywhere else that may not be kid friendly and still be themselves.
I think one of my favorites is probably "This Song Slaps" or "This Song is a Bop." The song does not make you physically or even mentally hurt. I mean, it could. It could really do stuff to your emotions, but typically it means that this is a great song. This is probably one of my favorites. I can't stop listening to this song. I can't stop moving and dancing because this song is so good. It just has that effect on me. Another term I have heard a lot of and I use a lot of is big brain. It just means to be super smart. Like that's a really good idea. And then small brain, not small brain, but small brain is basically the opposite of that. Like maybe that wasn't the best thing to say. That wasn't the best. You're smarter than that type of thing. And then relating to that, small is just the it can be cute or just less sophisticated version of small. And then I use this one the most. Vibing or just vibe. Just being cool or chill. It's where you want to be in life. If you're vibing, that's just exactly this is the mood I would like to have right now, forever. Just cruising. So congrats. Now you've achieved level 1 fluency in speaking Gen Z.
Well, that's there's a lot. Our generation has definitely been creative in coming up with these kinds of things, as a lot of generations before have. And so I think one of the funniest ones would probably have to be what TikTok sees as a top and a bottom. Because I explained the original definition to my parents, and they were like, so what's happening on TikTok? And I had to explain that that's more like how people show who they are, and it's more of like a style and an aesthetic than the other thing, which was very uncomfortable, but it was very also funny, because then they were like, okay, that makes sense that they're kind of using this in a more kid-friendly space, in a more kid-friendly way. For other slang, probably like slaps, like this slaps, because obviously older people think slaps and that hurts, or like that's bad. But personally, and I know a lot of people use that as like, that's really good, that's really great, like I like this. So that's another thing that I've had to explain. It's pretty funny. Yeah, so thank you for listening to what I had to say about youth in LGBTQ plus areas and spaces, and thank you.
Thank you, SheFest, for all that you do, and for all you other youths and baby gays out there. Know that you are super valid, no matter how you identify, no matter what groups you were born in. You were so, so, so valid, and you can find your community if you just put yourself out there.
How awesome were those kids? That was such a cool segment. I love that they've organized and established themselves in a community and space that embraces the LGBTQ plus community. It's super inspiring. So I'm going to backtrack a little bit back to like our vendors. So our vendors miss meeting you and miss introducing you to the incredibly talented small businesses and orgs that grace our in-person festival. So please pop by the SheFest Marketplace and check out the vendors who are missing you this year. And we have a quick slideshow showing you some of the businesses that are featured. All right, so we have adventure stories with Greek gods and gay heroes. Mirakai. This is an LGBTQ comic book series. Have you ever felt as if you are part of the story? Come on a journey of love, life, and family in a dance series by Krista Cato, and this is available on Amazon. Please support our SheFest vendors and organizations. There is a link listed there to do that. Awesome. All right, so it's time for our next segment. We'll be hearing some live music from Unsung Lily. Unsung Lily is a wife and wife team. Sarah and Frankie, they began making music together back in 2012 in the UK. And a few years into the project, they fell madly in love with one another and moved to California to work on developing their music as a duo. They're now based in Los Angeles. Sarah and Frankie create epic and empowering pop anthems with soul. Their message that love knows no boundaries is one that has ignited thousands of their fans from around the world. We are so excited to share 4 of their original songs with you all today. Have a listen.
Hi, I'm Sung Lily. If you haven't heard our music before, we are Wife and Wife, and we make music together. Thank you so much for having us. It is a pleasure to be part of SheFest. What an awesome event.
Yes, thank you so much for having us.
Give me all you have, but I'm still breathing. But I hold on till the end. We'll fight all night, but I still be there. I'm gonna hold on tight until the end. But a mountain sits upon my chest, and I'm tired of shallow breath. We can fight all night, but I'll still be there. Where the road ends, where the sun lives. All we need to do is fly. It's not enough to just survive. You and I could really thrive if we just close our eyes and fly. Give me all you have, but I can't see it. But you hold on till the end. We can fight all night into the silence. I'll rise above into the air. All we need to do is fly. It's not enough to just survive. You and I could really thrive if we just close our eyes and fly. All we need to do is fly. All we need to do is fly. You and I could really thrive if we just close our eyes and fly. Fly. It's not enough to just survive. You and I could really thrive if we just close our eyes and fly. Yeah. Oh, you and I could really thrive if we just close our eyes and fly. All we need to do is fly. All we need to do is fly. Close our eyes.
Thank you. So that was Fly. That's off of our album that's on Spotify called 12. And this is another song. It's called Hear Us Roar.
World divides. There's walls and exits at every turn. Each one last fearful attempt to ignore all that we've learned. Go with it or be left behind. Everything is changing. Evolution leaves its spine. Everything is changing. Grab Grab them by the hand and show them we will stand together, linking one by one. We build a new forever. Shout one song like we've never heard before. A new day has come. Hear us roar. Hear us roar. Hear us roar. She fights for love in all its truth. So fear no fear, but it's holding on to thousands of years. Go with it or be left behind. Everything is changing. Evolution blows our minds. Everything is changing. Grab them by the hand and show them we will stand together, linking one by one. We build a new forever. Shout one song like we've never heard before. A new day has come. Hear us roar. 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 Yeah. Hear us roar. Hear us roar. My demons are so heavy, there's no space for tears. These demons lie with me beneath all my hairs. Whisper to others, calling them in, just to remind me I'll never win. And in the darkness I can see my demons have demons just like me. They are the faces of my past gone by. They are the voices silenced through ancient time. And as they drift into the sky, I am free. I am free. My demons, my demons, my demons are free. My demons, my demons, my demons are free. I fight to make it safer, safer not to try to hide out in the shade from the deeper knowing why. Yet they pull me deeper, down and down I go. the unsmoking of the mirror, my reflection starts to show. And as I sit in the darkness, I can see my demons have demons just like me. They are the faces on my past gone by. They are the voices silenced through ancient time. And as they drift into the sky, I am free. I am free. My demons, my demons, my demons are free. My demons, my demons, my demons are free. As I sit in the darkness, I can see my demons have demons just like me. My demons, my demons, my demons are free. My demons, my demons, my demons are free. Oh, my demons are free. My demons are free. Oh, my demons are free.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're just going to do one more song, but if you want to check out more music by us, we are called Unsung Lily. Check out our website. We've actually just a couple weeks ago released a new covers EP of like reimagined songs that we're offering as a free download at the moment on our website. So go check that out. It's unsunglily.com. You can also check us out on Spotify and all the other streaming platforms, and also support us on Patreon. It's patreon.com/unsunglilies.
Yeah, thank you so much, She
Thanks
Fest,
for
for having
having
us.
And this is
We are
going to
very
be
lucky ladies.
our last song called Queen of Tomorrow. We're here clapping along with this one.
Swipe through life like that's all there is. Head down, weight down, blinded down. Fight through life like that's how to live. Head down, weight down, lost my crown. And there's a distant glimmer calling out, but I can't really see it. And there is something rising through the star, and I can almost be it. And I've got one last step till I get it, trying to turn it up, and I can't forget it. And I've got one last step till I get it, trying to turn it up, and I can't forget it. And I know I'm the queen of tomorrow. Hey, yeah, I'm the queen of tomorrow. Hey, yeah. Eat through life like that's all there is. Head down, weight down, blinded down. Planning my life, every second count. Do it now, right now, get your crown. And there's a purer feeling calling out, and I'm behind indoctrination. But just searching for a voice to shout about this procrastination. And I've got one last step till I get it, trying to turn it up, and I can't forget it. And I've got one last step till I get it, trying to it up and I can't forget it. And I know I'm the queen of tomorrow. Yeah, I'm the queen of tomorrow. Yeah, ooh, ooh, yeah. Yeah. Are you ready to clap along? Here we go. We hear you clapping. All right, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now sing along with us. Here we go. I'm the queen of tomorrow. Yeah, I'm the queen of tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you so much, She-Fest. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day, everybody. Yes. We love you all. Mwah.
All right, that was amazing. You can check out Unsung Lily on their website at unsunglily.com and follow them on Instagram at Unsung Lily. So who is ready to move? I know that I am. Lucky for us, we are being joined by She-Fest's very own Shannon Linzer, who is going to be leading us in a much needed stretch break. Welcome, Shannon.
Hi. Hey, everyone. Oh, you can totally see just my knee. Let's fix that. You'd think in the world of Zoom that I would have sorted my camera out 100% all the time, but you know, that's all right. We'll get this working. Okay, so everybody come on up, please. I don't know what is up with my camera today. I tested this yesterday. We're gonna give this one more try. Thank you folks for being patient with me. Okay, let's try this. Ash, can you see me? Are we doing all right? All right, so come on up with me if you please. If you don't, please, that's okay too. First rule of anything movement-based, if it doesn't feel good, don't do it. We're here to make our bodies feel awesome. I don't know how we could all be not flopping around a little bit after Unsung Lily. They were amazing. But just in case, we're going to get up and move. And the first thing we're going to do is just take a walk. We're going to step up and forward, and we're going to reach back. And if your shoulders don't feel good, just take a step. And if your knees don't feel good, just use your arms. All is good. I'm going to make this feel nice and long. Get this huge, big reach. I'm probably going way off my screen because I'm a string bean, and that's just fun. And we're going to switch to the other foot. I think it really helps to move off of our not strong leg from time to time because that makes us stronger. And we're going to reach, and we're going to come back. And then we're going to come to the middle. And whenever I teach this one to folks, I kind of think like, hey, pretend like you're just at the best concert of your life. We're at She-Fest. It's the best concert of our lives, hopefully. And yeah, we're just going to hang out here for a second. And then we're going to go into twisting. This always reminds me of being a kid in the park, staring at the butterflies. This is a really nice one to do if you just need to get away from your desk for 30 seconds during the day. I think we all need to get away from sitting from time to time. It feels really good, right? Then we're going to take that sideways one back for just a second. We're going to come here. And then instead of just keeping our feet glued to the ground, because that's not like dancing very much, we're going to take a big step out to the side. And come back. And out to the side. And come back. Do that one more time. Out to the side. And then this time, if it feels nice, cross it way over, get a big side stretch. And then come back to the middle. Shake our hands out. Get a little bit of something groovy going on there. And then we're going to step to the other side. And come back. And to the other side. And come back. One more to the other side, and then this time again, if it feels good, you're gonna let your feet cross. And come on back. All right, shake it out. So I was trying to think of something specifically yoga to pull into this today because we did advertise it as the first stretch break yoga edition. And for that, I was thinking, what could be more she-fest than doing a little bit of something called a moon salutation, which we don't often get to do. So we're going to do kind of a modified form of this. We're going to make sure we got a lot of space sideways to step. So I'm going to step all the way over this way. And then this next little bit, it's going to look pretty familiar. We're going to reach our hands up as high as we can. And we're going to go to the side and to the side. We're going to do that again. And as we go to the side, we're going to keep this 2 inches below our belly, lifting really, really long and high. That's what centers us. It's literally from our middle. And then we're going to take a big step out to the side, and we're going to put our arms up super strong, kind of like a god or a goddess or a non-binary deity of any amazing kind. We're going to hang out here, and we're going to put all our weight into our hips, because this is where our power comes from. I'm going to take one more nice kind of moment there, enjoy it, and then we're going to stand up really strong. We're going to turn around and straighten out this leg a little bit, or just make it not so bent. We're going to lean forward, get a good stretch in our hips, so maybe we're going to just bend that knee a little bit and grease the wheels in that leg. If you got really, really tight hammies, like a lot of our folks who do a lot of running and front runners, maybe you shorten up that step a little bit to make it feel a little bit nicer in your leg. Because it can be a good thing to get balanced from time to time, we're going to get our back foot behind us a little bit. You could put your back foot down a little bit. You could even drop into your knee a little bit. And we're going to reach those arms way up to the ceiling. And if you might feel this nice stretch in the front of your hip. This definitely gets tight when we've been sitting watching a computer screen all day. We're just going to hang out here for a second. And then we're going to come back to our side. We're going to get a little bit of a sideways lunge going on. Okay? And this, apparently, is a nice thing to do when you feel like maybe we just all need to turn into ninjas. Okay? Get right into those hips. And then just like a moon has phases, right? We're going to turn around and do that same phase on the other side. So we're going to get into the front of our hip here. We're going to reach it out nice and long. And then come back. Reach it out nice and long. And if you're having a little trouble with your balance, it is super okay to put a hand out on something. And make sure it's something that's not going to move on you. Yeah? And then we're going to come back to that, getting into that nice triangle shape with our legs. Now we're going to move forward. And then come back. And maybe we're going to bend into that knee and straighten it out a couple times. Make it feel good wherever you're at. Do keep your belly in. And then when you come up, I've heard that when one bends and snaps, one leads with the chest. So you always want to do that and keep it out of your back. And take a nice big step over to the side. Kind of where we started. And then come back one more time to this nice deep squat, nice deep stretch. Hang out here just for a second. Maybe shift your weight side to side. Maybe, if you got your belly on enough and your hips are strong enough, lift up onto your toes. Just for a moment of being strong, put it back down. Take a big step over to the side. Reach up as high as you can. And then bend your knees and reach a ton down. Let your body be gentle. Maybe put your hands in your elbows and shake your head out. Yes and no, no and yes. all the way gently back up by pushing the floor away. We lead with our feet pushing, not our backs lifting. And we're going to call it there for today. This has been a short intermission in your lovely SheFest performances. Thank you guys for letting me hang out with you. If you want to find me on socials, you can look me up at Sync2Health. That's SYNC, like you're syncing up your phone, the number 2, and then health. Because I am also a physical therapist in addition to being a yoga teacher. And you can also email me if you're old school, like I am. I'm going to put that up on the screen, shannon.linzer.dpt, that's Doctor of Physical Therapy. We use movement as medicine at gmail.com. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Shannon. Before you head off, I had a few questions for you. Can you maybe tell us a little bit about yourself and your passion for yoga?
Yeah, so I'm a physical therapist. I've been practicing since 2009, which makes me old as dirt in physical therapy world. And I'm also a yoga instructor. And so where that kind of blends into the yoga is the point of yoga, the point of yoga, there is not a point exactly, but to me, at the very least, the point of yoga is learning how to find your center and to find your ground and to be calm while we do all sorts of crazy, silly, bendy, acrobatic things. And the acrobatic things don't matter so much as the coming back to yourself over and over again. And you get to know yourself, both your heart and your body at the same time, which I find it makes me much a happier person. So I love to do that as yoga, but I get to hang out with people every day who basketball is their yoga, gardening is their yoga, knitting is their yoga. And by that I mean it's the thing that brings them back to themselves, right? And it's maybe they were picking up their grandkid and they hurt their shoulder and now they can't garden and they can't go back to themselves. So that's what I like to teach people during a day. That's truly my passion is to learn how to move in ways that make us more at home in our bodies. As all of the yoga and insert singing bowls as that sounds, that's what I do.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've never heard that interpretation and I love it. It's kind of just about finding your center and that thing that grounds you. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you guys so much for having me. And I hope that this helped, and I hope I will see you again somewhere in the interwebs, or maybe someday sooner rather than later in the real and safe world. And yeah.
Absolutely. Well, enjoy the rest of your day, Shannon. Thank you for joining us on this segment.
You too. Take care, everyone.
Bye. All right. So up next, we will be hearing from our presenting sponsor, Dr. Bronner's. And I believe Caroline will be joining us. Hi, Caroline. How are you?
Hello. Sorry, I was muted for a second. Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to hearing all about Dr. Bronner's. And if you want to go ahead and just take it away, you've got this, 15, 30 minutes.
Yes, 30 minutes. So thank you. Thank you so much. Probably just heard. My name is Caroline May. I am the new Demo and Event Coordinator here at Dr. Bronner's. Taking on this new role has been a challenge in itself, a good one. And then the pandemic came, turned everything upside down. It has taught us ingenuity, creativity, and how to adapt and overcome. And I'm so glad we were able to maintain some normality, remaining to be a title sponsor of SheFest, as we have been for the past few years, at least. So today, instead of working hard to keep things normal, we're going to take a step back and do some self-care with Dr. Bronner's using our regenerative organic coconut oil, some sugar, and some essential oils. Joining me today and walking through this self-care routine will be Ariel Vegozin, founder and director of Gender Illumination.
Hi, it's so great to be with you all. I'm so excited to be on SheFest online. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Yes, thank you for joining us, Ariel. I'm really excited to get into our interview. But first, do you have all your supplies? Are you ready to start making these?
I'm ready to rock. I got all my supplies right here.
Awesome. Let me get some better visuals for you guys here. Like I said, it's only just a few ingredients. I think we can bring up the ingredient list and recipe here. But it's super simple. All you need is your regenerative organic agriculture. Dr. Bronner is actually, this is a big success for us. We've spent the past few years working so hard to achieve this extremely high standard certification. Think of it like a trifecta between fair trade, animal welfare, and sustainability all in one certification. We achieved a silver level certification for our coconut oil. Ariel, can you point out the regenerative organic seal for us, please? Keep an eye out for this on your products. One small decision to switch to a regenerative product can have a huge impact on the world. So we have two different kinds. Ariel has our whole kernel, which is a more nutty, robust flavor and nuttier smell. Coconut oil. This one is our white kernel. It's going to be more mild and delicate. So we're going to be using these just mixed with a little bit of sugar or salt as your exfoliant. And then add your favorite essential oils. I'm going to be using tea tree and lavender today. It's a super easy recipe, as I've mentioned. You just need 2 parts exfoliant, so salt or sugar, to 1 part coconut oil. I'm going to add just enough to make a little bit for my hands and lips today. Just 2 spoonfuls of sugar. Seal this up. You don't want to spill it like I did during the run through. And then 1 part coconut oil. This, it's best if it's melted. It's easiest to melt that way, but you don't want it to be hot. So you can melt it either just 30 seconds in the microwave will do, without the lid on, of course. Or you can let the jar itself sit in a bowl of warm water for about 5-10 minutes. Going to mix that up together. Like I said, this is so simple. Just takes 5 minutes to step back and take some time for yourself and treat yourself. Not have your phone in your hand or the TV on. And you're going to add your favorite essential oils, 1 or 2 drops, unless you're making more, of course. Lavender. Then I would recommend leaving this in the fridge for just a few minutes so that'll cool down. It'll feel better on your skin and also prevent the sugar from sinking to the bottom if you've made quite a bit. So I'm gonna bring this back up here so you can see better. So Ariel, super easy, right?
Yes, this is awesome. It's so good and so fun to make, especially now that we're in quarantine. It's so nice to be able to just have a fun and easy, amazing thing that you can create. It's great.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes the hardest thing about making this is finding the time. So it's best that it's just so quick and simple. You can find more recipes like that on Lisa Bronner's blog or our All One blog linked to drbronner.com. So Ariel, tell me about yourself. Welcome.
Sure. So my name is Ariel Blagosin. I'm the founder and director of Gender Illumination. We're a nonprofit focused on creating safer spaces for trans and non-binary community. And the work that I do in the world is I'm a healer, an activist, an educator, an inclusivity and diversity trainer. And I am also someone that loves to perform and to experiment and play with gender and help people step into their full selves when it comes to gender exploration.
Beautiful. I love it. So Gender Illumination, what is your company's mission, organization?
So Gender Illumination's mission is to serve the trans and non-binary community through healing, leadership, ritual, healing, and mentorship. And we do this through our programs, our workshops, our events, our performances. We also have an amazing mentorship program. It's an adult mentorship program. I'm going to tell you more about that later on in this interview. And a very important piece of gender illumination is that we come from the understanding that an anti-oppression lens is necessary to do this work. So the work of gender illumination is addressing and working to end racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, classism, and doing that in a context that raises up and lifts up the voices of those most marginalized, and specifically those in the trans and non-binary community.
Awesome. All one, right? So
Yeah.
the runners, we're very deeply rooted in our 6 cosmic principles that guide everything that we do, really. So love that mission, love the unity. It's definitely something we all need more in our lives. So you mentioned programs and workshops. Can you tell me about those?
Yes, so Gender Illumination has a whole world of programs. You can actually check it out online at genderillumination.com. You can see the programs that we offer there. The one that I want to highlight right now is the mentorship program. So this is a program that during the pandemic, we've been able to move from being an in-person program to an online program. And in doing that, we've been able to get way more expansive in the scope of who's able to participate in this program. It's now a program that's available to everyone throughout the country. So we've had people in this program from Washington, D.C., Washington State, New York City, Texas. We've had people from all over the country, San Diego. We've had people from everywhere be able to come and participate in this program. And what it is an adult mentorship program. So we are partnering people and making sure that people in the trans and non-binary and gender non-conforming community have someone that they can talk to and go to for support. So this program gives specific support for people that are newly coming out or have questions or just need an extra additional person that they could reach out to in their life. And what we found is, especially now when things are so challenging and so hard, and so many people in our community are struggling with housing and finances, we've found that this mentorship program has been a key area of support for people. And the mentorship program also provides online Zoom workshops. So the way the program is structured is people have these one-on-one mentor-mentee meetings, and then we also have these all-group sessions that happen over Zoom where everyone comes and we do workshops on decolonization, anti-racism workshops. We do workshops around social justice, and there's a whole activist component to it. And a lot of our members have been able to actually take those workshops and apply it to their lived experiences and take that information and immediately put it into action. And it's been a wonderful thing to see these past 3 months of being in quarantine, how important this program has been for our community.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. I love that we can adapt and overcome, like I was saying earlier. The same thing's kind of happened with SheFest. From what I've heard, we've had a lot more participation with these online events because it's so much more accessible to more people. And I mean, we've all tried parking downtown in Hillcrest. So really glad that we're here not commuting downtown and able to work around that. So that's fantastic. You also mentioned that mentorship program sounds super important, but you also mentioned some performances. Those look like? That's super cool.
Yes, I would love to talk to you about our performance work. So we co-founded an amazing performance piece called the Multi-Gender Verse, and we launched this at the Oakland Museum of California in collaboration with their No Spectators exhibit, which was an exhibit on the Burning Man Festival. We run a theme camp called Gender Blender, which is the safe space on Playa for trans and non-binary people. And we welcome people of all genders. We help people explore gender. We talk about gender. We get expansive with what gender is and what is possible. And the Multi-Gender Verse is a performance piece that is for people of all ages. So we had young people in the audience, ages 5 years old, all the way up to someone who was 85 years old in the audience. And we create this performance piece so that everyone can collectively come together and see what it's like to explore and experiment with gender. The performance pieces are often political in nature in terms of striving for unity, striving for a time when we have a world that has really come through some of the hardships and the terrible things that we see happening now. And so the pieces that we produce for the Multi-Gender Verse are really about liberation and collective liberation. And we hope to continue this performance work. And we're brainstorming right now, what does it look like to do performance work in a pandemic? Is there any way to do social distance performance work and have it be live? What can we do online? There's so many great drag artists that have taken their work onto Zoom, and we've been inspired by all of that. And we're looking into what does it mean to be performance artists in a pandemic, and how does this situation actually inform our art?
Awesome, super cool. I'm actually gonna try this scrub here while we're talking, because I know my hands can definitely use it. I was wondering though about how did this all get started?
So I founded Gender Illumination about 3 years ago, and the reason why I started this nonprofit is because of my own identity as a queer person, as a non-binary person, as someone that really was noticing that our community is so marginalized, and often we are left out of key resources. And I noticed that we can do this for ourselves. We can co-create this. We can build our own healing. We can create our own mentorship. We can provide ourselves with ritual. Ritual is a huge part of Gender Illumination, is a core part of this. I myself am an ordained priestess in the Jewish tradition, and I wanted to bring these skills and this knowledge and this wisdom about ritual and bring it to a community beyond just Jewish people, bring it to a secular community, bring it into trans and non-binary community, and also combine and see what are the other ritualists and other spiritualities that play in, and what does it look like to co-create ritual around coming out, ritual around name changes, ritual around stepping into our full gender selves and our true gender identities. A lot of the rituals that we've been able to do in Gender Illumination have been around showing who we are, showing our pride, showing who we are in community, creating special rituals in terms of our families, our friends, working with places of faith, and creating inclusive rituals that actually apply to us and our lived experiences.
Awesome. Wow, that's so nice. I love learning like more about you, because I feel like our work has been kind of overlapping for so long. We haven't gotten to work directly together yet, so this is really interesting. You do so many things. I'm really impressed. So speaking of that, tell me more about, well, I know that Dr. Bronner's has been a big supporter of the LGBTQ community for years and years, more than just sponsoring SheFest or Pride or helping out with Gender Illumination. What other ways do we work with you to support the community?
So I want to honor and thank Dr. Bronner's, because I think it's so important to see people and companies that actually really care and that are actually working to make a difference. And I see this with Dr. Bronner's in terms of the LGBTQ community, in terms of actually doing so much amazing work when it comes to environmentalism, when it comes to ending GMOs, when it comes to regenerative agriculture. Dr. Bronner's has been on the front line for so many important issues, and it's such an honor to see how much they take a stand for the LGBTQ community and how they are a part of. So sometimes I think companies don't have anything to do with a community, and they try to be supportive. What's amazing and unique about Dr. Bronner's is they are part of, you all are part of, we are actually one community. You're part of the LGBTQ community. There's no separation. And I also want to highlight that Dr. Bronner's has been very supportive of an important initiative that I also co-founded that is called the Queer Dome. And the Queer Dome is queer-centered psychedelic harm reduction. And so we launched that this past year. This Queer Dome is about 1 year old. And the work that we do is going into festivals or parties, workshops, spaces where there is a real need to create safety. There is so much use of psychedelics in queer community, and there's just so many different issues that queer people are living through that sometimes straight people are not living through. And we found that we were able to create a space with queer healers and with queer people that are able to hold and sit with people and be with them during challenging journeys. And this has been a very important piece. We have over 100 volunteers that are part of Queer Dome. And if that's something people are interested in, I want people to be able to get in touch with me after this. So if people go to Gender Illumination's webpage, there's a contact there, and I'd be happy to connect more and to build this community with people that are interested in this work.
That's super awesome. Just a question, kind of backtracking a little bit. Are you guys still going to be participating in the virtual Burning Man?
So virtual, this is my whole thing around Burning Man right now, is that I really think that Burning Man is everywhere now. And I get that there's gonna be a virtual Burning Man. Personally, where my energy and my excitement is what can we do in our everyday lived experiences. One thing that I want to highlight is that there's an amazing food pantry that got set up by Comfort and Joy. It's called the Amber Food Pantry. We're helping people all the time with this food pantry. We're helping queer people that don't have access to food. I think right now there's so much intensity. I'm really paying attention to what's happening to the most marginalized people. For me, it's very important to be focused on what's happening to Black trans community right now, especially Black trans women, and to figure out, as a white person, how am I operating in solidarity and putting the energy and the effort and the resources into supporting the most marginalized. So in witnessing the playa not happening this year, it doesn't mean that Burning Man is not happening this year. It simply means that there is no event on playa. I'm curious what it would look like for all the people who put a lot of resource, financial resource into Burning Man, to take that resource and put it into the Black Lives Matter movement, to take those resources and apply it to Black trans women and to the work that they're doing in the world and to uplifting that. I think it's a unique time for burners everywhere to shift focus and pay attention to what's happening right now in terms of the system that we're in and the system that we actively need to change.
Nice. Yes, I love that challenge to companies and everybody. I know that Dr. Bronner's themselves actually made a 10-year commitment, and I believe up to $10,000, maybe it's $10,000 a year, donating to the Black Lives Matter movement. And we are just established a diversity, equity, and inclusivity task force within our company to really narrow down on the issues and what role we can play in healing this problem. So I love it. I love your call out there. I know a lot of other people that were burners and or are burners and are doing the same thing with their time and their money and their energy, transitioning that to the most essential problems in the movement right now. So.
And we have the skills. I want to say that burners really have the skills, right? We know what it looks like to live in a really harsh environment. We know what it looks like to build. We know what it looks like to create. And so I think we can take those skills and apply them to what's happening right now, apply them to COVID issues, apply them to supporting Black Lives Matter. I think burners are in this unique position. We also have this creativity, this artistic background, and I think that's what's needed more than ever. And I'm in the Bay Area right now, and I've been attending these amazing protests, and I've seen people apply their resources to the protests, and that's been really powerful.
Awesome. I'm curious if any of the viewers, are you guys burners? Are you guys protesting? Let us know your challenges and achievements with this whole pandemic and with the movement itself, and if you'll be attending Burning Man online. Just interested in that. I know we have an active comment section going, so we're keeping an eye on that as well. If you've seen me like kind of fidgeting, by the way, it's because I did this awesome sugar scrub. I can't wait for you to try it after this segment because it feels so good. And then I went in afterwards with our magic balm. It feels so good. I was talking about this earlier, but it's beautiful on the hands, on the cuticles, especially after that sugar scrub. I'm not just fidgeting for no reason over here.
I want to give a quick shout out too, because I have the hand sanitizer with me right now, and I just wanted to give a massive shout out. I've been using this all day, every day during this intense COVID times. It's been really important to have that with me. So I just wanted to remind people that hand sanitizing and wearing masks are so important at this time frame.
Yes, please wear your masks. And I like that spray because I can do my phone too, and like my steering wheel and all these other common places that I touch and can't wash. So great shout out there. Thank you. One more thing I wanted to kind of transition back to gender illumination and everything. I know that I invited a lot of my friends nationwide and a lot of people outside of the community so that they can get more exposure to this and realize that we're such a loving community that needs unity right now. I think it's super important. So I was wondering if you could define queer, or at least what it means to you, for those who maybe aren't exposed to it all the time.
Sure. I personally love the word queer. I want to name that this word carries different meaning for different people. If you were to ask my parents about this word, they're from a different generation. And for them, they have memories of this word being harmful. They have memories of people getting beat up in the street and being called queer. And for me, I feel like I've reclaimed this word and I feel power in this word. And I feel like this word reminds me of what does it mean to be the other? And in the context of being the other, it makes me stand with anyone that's ever been marginalized and collectively fight for liberation, collectively fight for justice. To me, the word queer is actually bigger than just sexuality. Yes, it is an umbrella term. It does cover a lot. It covers people's sexuality, but for me, it also covers my political identity as someone that is committed to fighting for justice, is committed to standing on the side of liberation.
Awesome, love it. Sorry, I'm muting my mic so that there's not so much of an echo, but it does still sound good on this end. But thank you so much. I know it's a question that I personally am still learning more about. I'm still exploring everything, so I really appreciate you creating that space and answering that for us.
Well,
good place to do it, right?
Yeah, and one thing I want to share is the work of education is a big part of my life. So in addition to gender illumination, I also am an inclusivity and diversity trainer. So I get to go into corporations and nonprofits and places of faith and do this work of teaching trainings, teaching people about what different words mean, teaching people about the LGBTQ community, teaching anti-racist workshops. So for me, I actually love receiving questions like this because this is a part of the work that I do in the world. And if people want to see more about that work, they can look at shinediversity.com. And that's just another amazing piece of the activism work that I do.
Nice. I'm definitely checking that out and sharing it with all my family and friends. So speaking of that, does Gender Illumination have any upcoming events, workshops, or something?
Yes. Gender Illumination is launching the second cohort for the online mentorship program. And so remember, this is like, this whole thing is very amazing in the sense that we took a program that existed in person and we expanded it dramatically and made it an online program where anyone from across the entire country can participate in this. So if you're sitting in the US and you're watching this and you want to participate, all you have to do is go on genderillumination.com. You can go under programs. You'll see there's an application for the second cohort of the mentorship program, and you can apply to either be a mentor or a mentee, depending on what you're looking for and what's needed. And through this program, you'll receive a lot of tools in leadership, a lot of tools around social justice. We do amazing workshops through this particular program. And there's also other ways that people can get involved. So one way is this mentorship program, but if you're interested in the ritual or the specific healing programs, we also offer specific programs around family creation, around what does it look like for trans people who want to create families, create children. So there's a lot that you can see on our website, and each program has a different way to plug in. So when you go under the program section of the website, you just click what you're most interested in, and then there's forms that you can sign on to, and we will get back to you and let you know how to be part of those programs.
Awesome, nice. There's a lot of benefits coming out of COVID, actually. When it comes,
I will say it really expanded the scope, right? We went from a very California-based nonprofit to really expanding the entire scope of the organization and being able to do work all across the country. And that's something that is going to last with us for a long time, even when we go back to in-person events, which I do think it's important to have a time, hopefully, where we get to be in person. I think there's something special about being in person. And I think in the meantime, we stay resilient. Queer people have always been resilient. Trans and non-binary people, we've always been resilient. And using Zoom is part of those tools of resiliency right now.
Love it. Of course, not to diminish the struggles that we're all facing right now, some a lot more than others, but focusing on the good things, positive things. That's awesome. Let's see. So you mentioned your Instagram handle and how to get a hold of you and everything, right?
Yes. So the best way to get a hold of Gender Illumination, again, is the website, genderillumination.com. And the best way to get a hold of me, if you want to find me online, I actually have a performer name. My performer name is Trixie Lamont. So if people want to personally get a hold of me, I do have an Instagram and a Facebook under Trixie Lamont. And Gender Illumination also has an Instagram and also has a Facebook. So really either way is fantastic. If you want to be part of the organization, please go on the website and sign up for one of the programs. And if you want to reach out to me personally, please do so at Trixie Lamont, which is just TrixieLamonte.
Awesome, I love it. And you can find us at Facebook, Instagram, all those things, Twitter, at Dr. Bronner, no S, no period in there, just Dr. Bronner. Well, I know we're almost out of time here. I just want to ask you one more question. What is your everyday use, most favorite Dr. Bronner's product?
Oh my gosh, well, I actually have two. So every single day, I definitely use my Rose Dr. Bronner's. Love it so much. And I also am using this hand sanitizer nonstop. I just want to say, I've been using this hand sanitizer way before COVID ever hit. I'm a huge fan of this. This has always been in my backpack at all times. And now it is like nonstop, 24/7, using this as much as possible. I'm also a really big fan of the peppermint toothpaste. This is my favorite toothpaste. So just wanted to give a shout out. And I love Dr. Bronner's products, and I love you all in terms of who you are as people and the work that you do in the world and the way that you show up with an all one vision and the love and care that you show for the LGBTQ community, the way you're part of our community, and also just the immense amount of liberation work, justice work, and environmentalism that you all are up to. I'm so thankful to be in this with you, and so thankful to be part of this, and so thankful to have been a part of SheFest. It's such an honor, and I'm so glad that we're continuing to be resilient even in these challenging times. We're still showing up with brilliance and brightness.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you enjoy your self-care, and definitely go check out Gender Illumination and all the ways that we can benefit the community. Stay safe, everyone. Stay healthy and happy. Wear your mask, please. Sanitize and enjoy SheFest. Thank you, SheFest, for having us.
Thank you. I love you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Caroline and Ariel. The timing for this segment couldn't be more appropriate. I use Dr. Bronner's products, and hearing from both of you just makes me that much more of a fan. And Ariel, I loved learning about Gender Illumination and the programs and workshops. You're doing a lot of really fantastic things. So thank you both for coming on for this segment. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much. It was so great to be here. Thank you.
Great one, guys.
All right. So you all are watching from YouTube or Facebook right now, but I just wanted to give a shout out to what's happening in the Zoom rooms right now. We do have some awesome activities going on over there. In Zoom room number 1 at 2 p.m., there's an interview with Nalgona Positivity Pride's Gloria Lucas. And in Zoom room number 2, there will be a workshop about how cis adults can support trans and non-binary youth. So a lot of interesting things happening in those Zoom rooms if you want to check that out. But right now, in our main live stream, we are going to bring on a guest host. Her name's Rosie, and she is going to be introducing our next segment called Ahead of the Curve. And that's going to be a documentary discussion with director Jen Rainin and Curve founder Franco Stevens. So please welcome Rosie to SheFest. Hi, Rosie.
Hi, Asher. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
and thank you, everyone online, for joining our virtual SheFest 2020. This has been an incredibly exciting day. I am thrilled to be here today to talk about this amazing documentary, Ahead of the Curve, which is about the founding days of Curve magazine. And I am personally very excited to be talking to our two guests here today, the two women that I have, an amazing amount of admiration and respect for. The director of the documentary, Jen Rainin, as well as the Curve magazine founder herself, Franco Stevens. Before we we are bringing them on. Welcome. It's great to see you. And before we get started with some questions for y'all, let's take a look at the trailer for the documentary. And we'll be right back.
Please welcome our panel of Power Dykes, Frances Stevens, publisher and editor-in-chief of Deneuve, the hottest lesbian magazine.
Deneuve, the leading lesbian magazine. There wasn't a glossy magazine for lesbians anywhere. She decided, I'm going to make one. That's total rock and roll.
I love my job. I love my job. I love my job.
Whoever was in Curve, like that was it. That's how you knew what was going on.
Like the latest musicians,
like
the latest artists.
Yeah.
I think it's only in hindsight that I can fully appreciate what Franco had to sacrifice.
It was very hard to be out and open in the late 80s.
I think we should do away with gays if possible.
A lot of people lived in fear. Once I had a guy spit in my face.
We did not see ourselves represented in any positive mainstream way.
There was nothing that showed what my life was all about. I was the one that was supposed to start this magazine.
She got the idea and then she's just like, oh my God, I need money.
So I just applied for a bunch of credit cards all on the same day. I just cashed them all in.
And here they come.
I'm going to bet an exacta with 2 long shots, and my horses came in first and second. At the end of the day, I had enough money to start the magazine.
Do you know what the difference is between parsley and pussy?
What, Franco?
I don't know. I don't eat parsley.
When the magazine put me on the cover, it allowed women in our own community to see a well-spoken, funny, intelligent, charming, gentlemanly butch, which is basically who I am, unless you cross my fucking path.
For the first time, we could see Black lesbians, Asian, working class women.
Just the power of seeing me.
In the last 24 hours, you know, I heard this thing that I never wanted to hear, that the magazine could be coming to an end.
As we became more visible, we also became a target.
We live in a systemic, racist, sexist, anti-LGBTQ world, and we have to fight it every day.
Dear straight people, why do I have to prove our love is authentic?
Visibility looks like us being able to be the authors of our own experience.
When there is so much at stake, our positive stories are some of the most powerful tools we have.
Every time we put out a magazine, it felt groundbreaking. Like the work was so important, and the work is not done.
Okay, so I have to say I was very privileged to have a chance to watch this documentary. It was amazing. There were some really nostalgic moments for me. I was one of those queer kids in the middle of the country in Ohio growing up. In the early 90s, I was a teenager, and I was one of those kids who would go into the bookstore and see Curve magazine, or at the time it was Deneuve, and I was terrified. I was terrified to pick it up because what if somebody saw me? I know that things have changed pretty dramatically. That obviously, you know, we still have a lot to fight for, but things have changed. So let's talk a little bit about lesbian activism and visibility in the 90s. And Franco, for you, what drove you to start the magazine during that time?
Sure. Well, part of the reason why I started the magazine, Rosie, was because I really wanted it for myself, and I saw the need for it in the community. I worked at a Different Light bookstore, which was a gay and lesbian bookstore at the time, right in the heart of San Francisco's Castro district. And women would come in asking for a magazine like I had envisioned. And one day it just dawned on me that instead of complaining that somebody should make this magazine, it should be me. And I think I was 21 or 22 at the time. I'm going to start a magazine. Just as easy as that. Sure.
Absolutely. We all have this ego at that age. And Jen, for you, what was your motivation for putting together a documentary on this particular subject matter?
Well, I married this incredible woman, and I met Frank kind of many years after she started the magazine, and I didn't really know all the stories around the starting of the magazine. I wasn't out in the 90s. I didn't have that experience that you both had. And as as the marriage, in the early years of the marriage, Frank would drop these little nuggets in my lap every now and again, just in casual conversation, that would blow my mind. Things like, it was a huge deal to put the word lesbian on the cover of the magazine in the 90s. Or, to get the money to start the magazine, I took out 12 credit cards in one day, cashed them all out, and went to the racetrack, like little things like that. And I thought, God, this is such a great story. Like, it would make a wonderful movie. So I set about writing a script because I thought it should be a documentary film. I still think it should, a narrative film. I still think it should be a narrative film. But as I was researching for the script, I started to realize how little we have documented queer women's history, and that this felt like such an important piece of our history to capture and share. It became clear really quickly that it needed to be a documentary film. So that's how that happened. And it started really as just a historical piece to document that piece of history, the juicy, sexy 90s around Frank and her merry band of fabulous women who came together to put this magazine out into the world. And something happened in the middle of filming that caused us to shift a little bit and bring the story's relevance into today. And that's, you saw, I think in the trailer, Frank got a call from the woman who owns the magazine now, someone I know you are familiar with, Rosie, Silke Bader, who said, gosh, Franco, I'm so sorry to tell you this, but we're, as with all publications, all print right now, we're struggling and we're not sure we're going to be able to continue. And Frank's response to that was to go out into the community and see what the community needs today. And that journey is really captured in the film. So yeah, there's a lot of rich archival diving into like what it felt like in the 90s. And there's a really intentional look at what queer women's visibility looks like today and what the community needs now.
And my idea for going out into the community and finding these younger people who will help figure out what the community needs now was really based on, okay, when I was young and starting the magazine, I didn't have any fears really. I was like, well, I'm 23, by the time I'm 30, if I go bankrupt, I can have that off my record. And I think when you're young, you're more willing to take chances. And so I really wanted to identify some women who were, at the forefront of our community, really starting to make the changes that we need to make as a publication or whatever curve is going to become next to serve the community in the way that I always envisioned.
Right. I mean, it truly is a brave new world. It's been pretty heartbreaking to see what's happened in the publishing industry over the years. But at the same time, it's an amazing opportunity. It's an amazing opportunity to have all of these, online options out there. And in some ways, it's given us even more visibility or more channels to get stories out there. So, one of the things that we kind of talked about is kind of changes in generational attitudes and such. You had mentioned, using the word lesbian back in the 90s. And, there's still kind of this feeling about the L word. And one of the things that has happened over the years, more and more people are starting to use the word queer. And that's something that you also mentioned in the documentary and was in the trailer. So what are your thoughts about the language that we use and, you know, the readoption of the word queer versus the use of the word lesbian?
Well, let me just start by saying, Rosie, when you went to the magazine as a teenager, I mean, when you went to the bookstore as a teenager and picked up that magazine that had the word lesbian on it, you were coming out. Every time you read the magazine in public, you were coming out. There it was, loud and proud. And I think the term queer is out loud and proud. I mean, it's more encompassing. And I think in my own opinion, people should have the ability to identify as they see themselves. If you want to use queer, I think you should absolutely use queer. Do you want to use lesbian? Use lesbian. When part of the film, we were in a panel and we asked the people in the audience, you know, do you embrace the term lesbian? And I thought it was going to be a very low number, but it was actually the majority of people that said, yes, they still appreciate that term and use it to identify. So really, for me, it's about self-expression. And going forward, we know that we need to be more inclusive. Curve has always tried to be inclusive, but really letting people self-identify and not excluding people is of the utmost importance.
Yeah, and I think also recognizing that how you choose to identify doesn't diminish how I choose to identify.
I mean, I identify queer, gay, dyke, you know, whatever you want to call me, just don't call me late for dinner. Well, of course it's different. Yeah, it's different if it's somebody yelling at you on the street with a rock in their hand.
That's true. You know, that word queer, when I was growing up, when we were growing up, it was yelled at folks.
See, for me, it was yelled,
lesbian
was yelled as an insult for me, or lesbo, or dyke, or.
Yeah, I got dyke apparently.
Lesbian was definitely an insult.
Yeah.
Definitely an insult. And me, you know, growing up in the 90s, being kind of an 80s and 90s kid growing up in AIDS, I mean, queer was definitely a word that was kind of thrown out as, you know, a really nasty word. So we don't have very much time left, and I kind of want to get to the future of this fabulous film and the future of the various projects that you folks are working on. So, you know, starting out, I know that the Ahead of the Curve, the documentary, was premiered at the Frameline Film Festival in San Francisco during Pride Weekend in San Francisco. So tell us about that.
Oh my gosh, that was amazing. Holy wow. It really felt really scary, frankly.
It felt groundbreaking. What you did was groundbreaking.
Well, I had some inspiration here. Look who I'm hanging out with. But yeah, I mean, it was, so in the middle of a pandemic, like we had always imagined our Frameline premiere would be at the Castro Theater, and, you know, with a theater full of 1,400 happy, cheering dykes. And that clearly wasn't going to be something that could happen. So my co-director, Rivka Beth Meadow, had this genius moment where she said, what if we asked Frameline if they would be open to letting us premiere at a drive-in theater? And that way, and over Pride Weekend, where we could ask our audience to decorate their cars and you know, bring their protest signs and their pride banners and flags and put them up on the fence. And we could bring in a DJ. We brought in Paige Hodel, who appears in the film, who is an extraordinary talent and dear friend. And she spun from the back of her pickup truck, and everyone came, was very respectful, wore their masks.
The most important thing is, well, everyone had a great time and
nobody got sick.
You sold out all 1,000 cars. 1,000 cars.
It was over 2,500 people. It ended up being the largest in-person event in Frameline's history. Incredible.
Congrats. That's amazing.
It was
absolutely.
thrilling. It was thrilling, and we will be moving on. And we are intending a pretty robust festival run. We can't announce quite yet all of the festivals that have us on the lineup, but if you will go to curvemagmovie.com, you can join the email list to make sure that you get updates and see when we're going to screen next. But I can tell you that we are going to be the closing night film at Austin's Gay and Lesbian Festival, which I believe was just announced yesterday. So
AGLIF.
Yeah, AGLIF.
Yes, AGLIF. I used to live in Austin, so and volunteer for AGLIF. So I mean, that's amazing. Congratulations! I'm so excited. I'm so excited for you.
So, Rosie, one of the things that came up when we were making the movie that I know you know about is that when we went on this journey to figure out what Curve should become next, one thing became clear is that Curve needs to, whether it continues in print or just online, needs to start a foundation for giving back to the lesbian and queer women's communities. And we are gathering information now and building a team of advisors, and people can sign up for the mailing list there at thecurvefoundation.org.
Yep. It's not officially launched yet, but it's something we really want to build in community. We want to make sure that we are that we're really reflecting the needs of the whole community as we figure out how we're going to move forward with this organization. So we hope that you'll come and join us.
And it will be launching soon, like in the fall.
Yeah, this fall.
Excellent to hear. I'm so glad to hear that you're moving forward in the community with an organization like this. I'm really excited. Of course, I had heard about this previously, and I'm really excited to see what direction, what form it takes and what direction it takes, and happy to have you here. I am looking at the comments, and a lot of really good things happening, good responses happening on the trailer. So I know people are really excited to see the movie. I'm not sure how much time we have left. Let's see. Do we have any other questions or anything else that you want to talk about?
Oh my goodness. Well, there was something earlier, Rosie, about how things have, around publishing, how much they've shifted, but that there's also now different levels of access in the world. And especially with all these online formats, I think one of the things that I really learned that surprised me, there's so much that I learned in the making of this film, but one of them was how much our community needs to be able to tell our own stories. And now we have all of these. I mean, I think in the 90s, when you started the magazine, there was no email.
Yeah,
there might have been email, but it was
access to information.
The access to information was very limited. There was Wi-Fi was not a thing, and the internet was only for really computer heads.
Yeah. So being the ability now that we have in the community to be the authors of our own experience, to connect, to lift up the diversity of our community, to be present for each other and to tell our stories it's thrilling, I mean, really, it's a big deal. So, and I appreciate formats like this, like SheFest, that allow us to come and talk about what we're doing and connect with folks like the last people who are here and the work that they're doing and the people who come next after us. This is really cool. Thank you.
It is amazing. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to wonder if we're going to have time to take any questions from anybody who's watching, if anybody has any questions.
I do see a question about where one can see the documentary. Where can we see the documentary?
Excellent question.
One that I get every day.
I do too. We are working on a broadcast deal right now, so I'm hoping that it's going to be widely available soon. For now, it's going to be through festivals, through festival distribution. So if you do go to our site, to curvemagmovie.com, you'll be able to see where we're screening next. And if you want this film to be widely available, we sure would appreciate your help going to the big streamers like Netflix and Showtime and Hulu and asking for it. There are links actually on our socials. You'll see there are links where you can just click and go, if you have an account with one of those streamers, and go directly and request that they pick it up. That would actually be really helpful for us.
Definitely, and that's curvemagmovie.com. And also your social media handle, Curve Mag Movie. Right, and yeah, that's interesting that one can, as just a consumer, can go to Netflix and say, hey, I want to see this film. So I would really encourage people to go and ask for it. I think that this is hopefully, the pandemic, you were saying earlier, this virtual SheFest, it's been a lot of fun to put together, but we are usually a live face-to-face in-person festival, and we had to put this together, and we're living in this very online world, and leave it to a pandemic to drive people to finally take up some of this technology and do things like this, and so a lot of movies these days are they're premiering online versus being available in a movie theater. So people go to curvemagmovie.com and sign up for all the notifications, and then of course, yes, go to Netflix and Hulu, and ask those big streaming services to put movies like this in their service, because we need more visibility. We
need more queer women
show people stories.
Yeah, we really need more queer content,
and we need our outlets to be accessible to different people of different abilities. Yeah. So I love the fact that there's an ASL interpreter here. I'm a disabled person, and we want to make all the venues where we show the movie be wheelchair accessible and closed caption, or open caption.
Yep, and we have an audio descriptor version as well for visually impaired folks. So yeah, it's really important. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Inclusion.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to wrap it up again, folks. Curvemagmovie.com. Also, you can go to thecurvefoundation.org to find out more about the Curve Foundation that will hopefully be serving our community soon. Jen and Franco, again, thank you so much for being here with us today. It's been a real joy and a pleasure for me, and I know everyone else involved in this. And happy Pride. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks
Happy
so much.
Pride too, Rosie. Thank you so much. It's always great to see your face. I want to give a shout out to all my people that I love that are tuning in right now.
Nanny.
Hi,
Nanny. Thank you.
Very awesome. So I think we're transitioning back over. I just wanted to say, representation matters, right? That was a big topic in the last segment. I think it's awesome that Curve magazine was at the forefront of that for the LGBTQ plus community. And I also appreciate that the inclusivity and the ability of the magazine to grow and reflect a changing society and community. I think that's very important for the queer organizations that are out there. So I'm really glad that they're doing that. And I look forward to watching that documentary. So yeah, thank you, Rosie, Jen, and Franco for that. All right, so we've got some other stuff going on right now. We have in Zoom room number 2, cooking for cuties who don't cook with Chris Mock. That sounds like that's a room that I should be in, but I'm here. So But head over there if that sounds like it's something interesting for you. That will be starting at 2:45 p.m. And here we're going to have a little SheFest history from the current crew. They're going to be talking about what SheFest means to them, what they do as part of SheFest, and how you all can get involved if you wish to do so. So I'm going to be bringing them on and having a little fireside chat. So please welcome them, Rosie, Liana, and yay, Arthur is here. Great. Hi, everybody.
Hey. Hi.
Yeah, long time no see, Rosie.
I know. It's like deja vu.
I'm glad that you were all able to join. Yeah, let's just go, I guess, round table. Liana, can you tell me a little bit about how you first got involved in SheFest?
Yeah, so I first heard about SheFest when I saw a Pride's post about something about the committee. It was November, so it was not about prime time. But then I heard about SheFest from that post, and I was like, how did I not know about that? This is amazing. You know, a woman-centric thing. This is so cool. So then I went in and I looked on Instagram and I sent a message saying, hey, are you guys looking for members? And then Stacy responded and she said, yeah, we would love to have you on. And then I just joined. It was kind of organic.
That's great. Yeah. Isn't Stacy awesome? Shout out to Stacy.
Shout out to Stacy
right now. Stacey's amazing.
Yeah. So what about you, Rosie? How did you find out about SheFest and start getting involved?
Yeah, so I had moved to San Diego back in, I think it was 2014. My wife and I have a kid. And so for the first year or so, I think we were kind of getting settled in. You know, we had done some Pride events, but, you know, we got situated enough that, you know, I started to feel like I really want to, you know, start getting involved. I want to start, you know, learning a little bit more about my community and trying to figure out like how I could get involved. I had heard about SheFest, and I think at that point I hadn't been to one. And then maybe the next year I went and had a really amazing, fabulous time at the actual live SheFest event, and knew some folks who were involved with putting on SheFest, and just kind of kept my eyes open because I knew it was volunteer driven. And, you know, at some point, I think, you know, because I follow SheFest on Facebook, I saw a post that they just had a volunteer event. And I knew it was, I think, back in October or November. So I'm like, well, you know, this must be like how one starts, you know, getting involved for SheFest, which usually happens in July. So, you know, this was my first year getting involved with SheFest. I think, you know, a lot of us were expecting something very different when we started having those meetings back in fall. You know, we started getting pretty serious about our physical, like, live event, in-person event, when all of a sudden we got the stay-at-home order and had to try to figure out how to shift.
Yeah, for a while there, we didn't know actually if the event was going to happen at all. So yeah, I was pretty stoked when we decided to have the event digitally, because not being able to meet face-to-face is not a good enough excuse for us not to have this amazing gathering of people.
Yeah, I mean, and I think the community at large is very excited that this is happening. I mean, there's right now over 100 people just watching this, so I'm really glad that it worked out.
Yeah.
And we have Araceli is here. So would you like to answer that question as well? How you initially got involved in SheFest?
Yeah, definitely. You can all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, good. I was hearing an echo. I was wondering where that was coming from. Maybe I had two screens up. I got, are you? Okay.
We don't have an echo on this side, so it sounds good.
Okay, very good. I'm hearing echo still, but I'm just going to go ahead and stick through it. I got involved about 2 years ago. This is my second year with SheFest, and I just got I met Stacy and Jen at Gossip. They're a friend of mine, and I was just talking about some of the events that I could see where you guys could grow, and I kind of just threw myself in there, and I became sort of the outreach coordinator and activities because I'm a very people person, and also I love working with performers. So I can definitely see moving forward that we could have this online as well as live next year if everything pans out. I think we would reach more of a bigger audience. So I'm hoping that that's something we can do.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you. We're able to reach a lot more people with varying abilities as well, too, in a virtual format. So I think it's great. Whoever wants to answer this first, what do you enjoy most about being a part of SheFest?
I mean, it's so amazing. I have to say the people. We have such an amazing group. Look at that. We have a lot of fun. And we started having Zoom meetings, I think, probably in March. And it's been going on. And now we meet at least once a week, twice, 3 times a week for some of them. And we are really fun. We have a lot of fun together.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that because I've been in a few Zoom meetings, this past week to prepare, and it's just been a blast. It doesn't feel like work. It's a fun time.
Yeah.
What about you, Rosie? What's your favorite thing about being a part of SheFest?
What I really like about volunteering for SheFest is one can be really hands-on. I think that especially now with the virtual events that we've been putting on, if you have an idea, you can put that idea into reality, make it, become a thing, and you have really fabulous people behind you to help, make it happen. I actually work with Liana on our social media team. Again, it's very hands-on. We're not just coming up with ideas and then other people go and do it for us. We're actually the ones who actually go and do it.
Oh, I think I might have been muted. Araceli, you want to go ahead and answer that same question? What is your favorite part of being involved in SheFest?
I would say for me, it's the whole putting together your segment. And there could be many blunders along the way, obstacles, maybe sometimes getting into uncomfortability, that kind of a thing. Sometimes it's just not the way that you're envisioning and it being perfect. But in the end, it all comes out, and then we all have fun doing that. But I love seeing that SheFest has grown. For me in particular, I was able to connect San Diego Latinx group last year, and I really love seeing collaboration with them as well. I'm part of that coalition. So for me, as far as being an outreach coordinator, I love reaching out to the community, making sure that they know that we're here and all the services that we provide women.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's kind of I've done work with SheFest on the perimeters for the most part until now, but I've been able to do course events through SheFest. I did a stand-up comedy show recently, so it's like all the things that I love, and I get to do it with some really amazing, talented people. So yeah, I just love the variety that SheFest offers. So yeah, I mean, you talked about your position, Araceli. I was wondering, Rosie, Liana, do you want to go into detail about what exactly you do?
Yeah, like Rosie said before, we do a lot. We do a lot of random stuff. But officially, I guess I'm part of the tech team. So basically the team that is putting all this, making it live. And I'm the lead of the social media team. Very
nice. And that is a huge effort. I know my wife is in charge of marketing for a company, and it's insane. And for an event like this, going through StreamYard, Facebook, YouTube, it's a lot, and you guys have done an amazing job. I've got to give props to you all. Fantastic.
Yeah, they are all pretty good. Sarah, Michelle, and Rosie, part of the social media team, they are killing it.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess Rosie, you guys have the same position?
No, actually, Liana, I guess she would be my manager on the social media team. No. When I signed up for SheFest, I kind of signed up for a couple of different committees because, I wasn't really sure, well, where am I going to find myself to be the most useful? And, I was part of the entertainment committee, and when it was going to be live, we took in a lot of applications and, did a lot of listening to performers, and got together and made a lot of tough decisions and really, fun decisions about entertainment. I had always envisioned that, the day of, I'd just kind of be there to help however I possibly could. When things switched and it became apparent that either we were not going to have SheFest in person, or that we were going to have to do something virtual, I started thinking, trying to come up with some ideas of things that, might be, fun and interesting to do. Or to watch online. I reached out to my networks and talked to Jen Rainin and Franco Stevens regarding the documentary that they put on that I just interviewed those folks. I did as much as I possibly could to make that happen, and I did what I could to support other people. And that really, it's a really, really tight group of people, really tight culture, and we help each other out. Do what we have to do, roll up our sleeves.
Yeah. I mean, it takes a village for something like this, for sure. And I think it's kind of funny. You said that you thought that you'd just be kind of trying to help out, and here you are, like, doing interviews on the screen, just like all in. I love it. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh, well, do you have? We need to kind of wrap it up, but do you have any advice to anyone watching who would want to get involved in SheFest?
Yeah, so our our planning committee is growing every year. Here we are, some of the amazing people we have in our community, and you can just talk to us, follow us on Instagram, send us a message, follow us on Facebook, send us a message. We're gonna be there, or you can email Stacy at shefest@sdpride.org, and she's gonna reply, and then we're gonna just get together and have some fun.
Awesome. Wonderful. So yeah, everyone who's watching, take note of what's on the screen there. They've got the website. If you're interested in learning more how you can become a member, like they said, reach out to the planning committee. And also, I know it's a tough time for a lot of people financially. SheFest is a nonprofit, so if you are in a place where you are able to donate, please consider doing so. I think that you can probably find that information on the website as well, because there's a lot of people putting in a lot of work behind the scenes as well. So thank you so much for talking with me today. I appreciate all that you guys do. Yeah, and happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
Thank you, Asher.
Happy Pride. Thank you, Asher.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much. So we have an exciting segment coming up. A moment a lot of you have been waiting for. Our Drag King segment is going to be coming up, and we have several people on the docket. I do want to give a heads up that some of the drag kings will be doing a live show after the SheFest event on their Instagram accounts. So you'll be able to check out Legs Benedict and Sailor Mouth on their Instagrams at around 3:30 for after party performances. So be sure to put that on your calendar and tune in at that time. And we're going to be having Araceli come on to talk to some of the drag kings, do a little bit of an interview. After all, what is a celebration without some royalty? So we're going to be bringing on these drag kings very shortly. Oh, and there she is. Hello. Welcome back.
How are you?
I'm great. I am looking forward to this next segment, and I'm very jealous that you get to do this interview. It's going to be a good time.
All right, awesome. And part of it is with you.
Great.
Perfect. Nice to see you again, Asher, by the way.
Yes. How is the audio now for you? Is it better?
Very good. Very good. Yeah, I had to I had to mute the live feed. That's
Gotcha.
the part. That was the problem. So we're all good. Hi, everyone. Happy Pride. I'm Araceli Lara, who is ready to get dragged. I know I am. So I hope you are too. I know you're anticipating this segment. So I'm Araceli Lara. I'm very excited to put this together. I put together the special virtual SheFest after party that is being hosted by Sailor's Mouth and Legs Benedict, also known as Leggy Benny on Instagram. And their accounts are, and you should see it on the live stream, at Sailor's Mouth and at Leggy_Benny, starting at 3:30 p.m. I hope that you can see it. And then also, you should see their Venmo accounts being placed up on the actual screen as well. So all the donations today will be going towards the mutual aid fund project called Love Affair that provides funding for trans, non-binary, and queer POC, people of color individuals. Love Affair is here in San Diego. And so if you can give, again, like Ashley said, if you can give just a little, that'd be fantastic. They will be going on at 3:30 after SheFest is done, and that's the after party. And then SheFest will follow them on their feed. So don't forget to stay around until 3:30 for Sailor's Mouth. It will be going on live. Due to some restrictions and scheduling, Legs Benedict, they will not be performing today. However, they have put 2 videos on their Instagram account that you can go and view. So I'm so excited to give you a preview of the amazing after party performers, as well as the live performer going on today. So the 3 drag performers they're amazingly talented, creative, artistic, and dare I say, badass. Drag king has been around for a while, but some people say it's in its infancy still, and that's to explore more ideas of masculinity. In various parts of the world, there are emerging groups exploring the world of drag king, and they're turning masculinity into their own magical playground. What you will see as the audience today, you'll quickly realize that there is no actual formula for drag king. There's no specific makeup, outfit, character. There's no genre to fit in, and there's no certain narrative. Every drag king has their own story and the reasons why they perform. So with that being said, let's get to know some of our fabulous drag kings today. The first person I want you to see is Uncle Freak 2020. Okay, you should be seeing out there. A drag king with a flair for the dramatic and theatrical. He has graced many stages, from Wow Cafe Theater, House of Yes, and even on school campuses. He is currently streaming for your viewing pleasure online. He can be found every Friday with Mad Deep. It is a Black and POC drag show, burlesque and news program, or once a month with Untamed Afro Burlesque. That's a Black burlesque variety show. I've seen it. I've watched Mad Deep. It's fabulous. Please go on there. You can take a look at all the information on Uncle Freak 2020. That's the IG handle. Please do so. So also he is also considered the Lady Whisperer, a social justice warrior, lover of life, and preserving it one dance move and lip sync at a time. Basically, your drag king dream. So I'm not sure where we're at right now. Let's see. Perfect. Yes, the time-lapse video. So what I did here was I wanted to put in a few things about the performers. Whenever you go and see a performance, you see them on stage, the artist, but I wanted you to appreciate, you know, how they get ready, both physically and also mentally, as far as a performer and artist when you go up on stage. So here's a time-lapse video of Uncle Freak getting ready. Okay, it looks like we're going to replay with the audio. One moment. Here we go. Fantastic. You're going to be seeing you're going to be seeing a video later of a fabulous sort of video and PSA put together at the end of the other two performers that I'm going to talk about right now. Again, 3:30, watch them on Instagram Live. So the next person I'd like to speak about is Sailor's Mouth. She will be the first person to go live on Instagram at 3:30. No preferred pronouns. They have been performing drag for 2 years. Drag is an outlet for their creativity and gender expression. They are pansexual and gender fluid. Having questioned their gender the majority of their life, performing drag gives them a place to explore sides of themselves they haven't always understood. Every time they put on a beard, and they get a little bit more closure and security on their gender expression. That is Sailor's Mouth. Right there is her IG handle. And as well, she put a time-lapse video together for us on what it takes to prepare to do a performance. Nice. Wow. So I know I take a long time in the morning doing makeup, but they stated that took about 45 minutes or so. So, and that's a time lapse video. So that takes a long time. Thank you. All right. The third person I'm going to talk about right now is Legs Benedict. Her IG handle is leggy_Benny. And they go by the pronouns they, them. I love the bio on the Instagram page. San Diego's brunch hunk, serving you the finest eggs, legs, and lukes all night. Expect gender-bending entertainment fit for a king from this flexible, frying, pansexual sensation. Hop aboard this gravy boat for the richest, creamiest reason to ruin your cholesterol. Legs also supports uplifting the community directly and getting involved in a mutual aid fund called Love Affair, as I spoke about before, that provides funding for trans, non-binary, queer POC individuals. All of your donations to them today, both Sailor's Mouth and Leggy Benny, will go directly to this mutual aid fund project. They also created a small time-lapse video to share, and we'll be playing that right now. Once you go there at 3:30, they'll also have their Venmo IDs up for you to donate as well. Right now, what I'm going to do is have you enjoy Uncle Freak 2020's video. I absolutely adore it. It's fantastic, and it's very current in the times that we're living in right now. And I want you to enjoy it and turn up the music. Turn it up. Here we go. Some technical difficulties, I guess. We'll wait a moment.
Last night I saw you standing, and I started pretending I knew you, and you knew me too. And just like a moment, you were too shy, but you weren't the only cause, so was I. And I dreamed of you when to write you letters, but I wanted to be more clever. I wanted to get down and sweet talk you, hey baby. But just like a baby, I could not talk, and I tried to come closer, but could not walk. And I think of it every night, how I just could not get it right. Oh, if we ever come close again, I know what I'll say then, yeah. Can we talk for a minute? I wanna know your name. Can we talk for a minute, baby? I want to know your name. Oh, girl, one more chance with you again. I will not let it go. Oh, please give me just the one more chance for love. Yeah, yeah, baby. I want to know. I wanna know. Can we talk? Can we talk for a minute, baby? I wanna know your name. Baby, baby, come on and talk to me, baby. Come on and talk to me, baby. I wanna know your name. I wanna know your name. Can we talk for a minute? Come on and talk to me, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I said, can we talk for a minute? Come on and talk to me, baby. See, I wanna know. You better tell me your name, baby. I said, talk to me for a minute. Come on and talk for a minute. I wanna know. I wanna know. I wanna know your name. Talk to me for a minute. Come on and talk for a minute. Come on. Come on.
Oh, fantastic. I hope that you enjoyed it. You love the message. Follow Instagram, follow Uncle Freak 2020 Instagram, East Coast vibe coming in. So stay tuned, 3:30, live on Instagram, Sailor's Mouth, and videos for Leggy Benny. Thank you so much.
Hey, I was totally grooving to that. That was great. Yeah. The more I do that, like with the ASL interpreter can just follow along, right? It's great. I'm having too much fun right now. Okay. All right. So we are kind of closing out for the end of the day soon. But before our last segment, we are going to be hearing from the San Diego living legend, Mo Gurton, and her iconic wife, Dawn, about their favorite bar, the bar that we all know and love, Gossip Grill. Hi, Mo and Dawn.
Pardon me?
Is this one at the Pride office?
I have no idea.
It looks like I was just there.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, we can't hear them anymore. Their sound.
Can you hear us?
Yes, you guys are on now. Okay.
Hello. Hi, everybody. So we're so excited to be here. Happy Pride. I think everyone can hear us right now, but I am sitting here with Mo Gurton. I'm Dawn Stoltz. I am Mo's wife, basically, and I'm going to walk you through my pronouns to make sure I do all this correctly right now, that my pronouns are she, her, and herself. And I am super excited to be gossiping with Mo. A lot of stories I know, but a lot of you don't. So I've got some questions here. We're going to kind of walk her through.
I'm a bit nervous.
Because you never know what's going to come out of either one of our mouths. So this will be a lot of fun. And I hope that we answer some of your questions that you've been dying to about gossip and about Mo Gurton herself. So, Mo,
Yes, Dawn Souls.
you want to tell a little bit about yourself first off?
Well, what do you want to know? I mean, it's kind of a loaded question.
All right. Well, I heard that you own a bar out here in Hillcrest. Do you own a bar in Hillcrest?
Yes, Gossip Grill, which is where we're at now. Unfortunately, the inside is closed for indoor dining, so we have the inside to ourselves.
Like our masks are off right now too.
That's
so,
and we live together, so we're quarantined together. But
Well, we're married.
I'm married. Anyway, so yes, Gossip Grill is the only women's bar in Southern California, and only one of 2 in California, and one of 16 left in the United States. So yes,
and that's also something we're going to be talking about as we kind of move through this. But just kind of want to ask you first off, like, how are you doing with this right now? Like, how are you dealing with everything that's happening in gossip?
You know, to be honest, it's tough. It's hard. You know, we're taking a big hit to our business. We're normally nightclub and bar, and neither one of those are safe activities for us to do at the moment. But we're making it work. The word of the year is pivoting. We're trying to find new fun things to do. If you hear something or see something in the background, that's Jinx, DJ Jinx. He's volunteering his time to spin, but we've got trivia, we've got some fun activities, and we're really trying to keep things light and upgoing during this time, because it's a very heavy time in our life. And yeah, we're just one day at a time. Lots of to-go food, lots of to-go booze. So anything you need, we can sell it to go.
So just to rewind a little bit, I know a lot of people want to know really, how did you get here? And before all of this, you want to share a little about your stories and your past?
Sure.
Okay.
So back in 2000, I moved here in 99, and in 2000, I took a fun little part-time job with a bar called The Flame, which was a women's nightclub, a lesbian nightclub. I worked security. I got hired for security, and my first night working security, I quickly realized that was not a fit for me. I am not a security guard. So I decided that I was going to let the management know that it would be my one and only night working, and that it just wasn't a fit for me. So as I was walking up to the front door to let them know that it was my one and only night, one of the managers came out by the name of Patty. I'll leave her last name out of this because I don't know if she wants me to throw her out there. But she looked at me and she whacked me on the arm like hard, like, "You look like a bar back." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." And she's all, "Do you want a bar back?" And I'm like, "Okay." I am literally 5 feet away from quitting. And she took me in, and I started bar backing that night. And then I ended up staying. I ended up becoming a bartender, won Bartender of the Year a few times, became a manager, and here we are. Yeah. So when the Flame closed in 2004 is when what is now known as Baja Betty's opened up, and I was part of the original hiring crew there. So.
Yeah. It's so funny because, you know, I have so many memories of the Flame myself, and I wish, because, I mean, when I came out in 93, I used to go to the Flame. That was like where we went, between the Flame and Bombay. And I only wish that I would have been able to meet you at that time. But, you probably
didn't want to meet me back then, Dawn. I was a kid. I was a kid.
That's another secret. Glitter eyeshadow and lipstick. Yes, she did. Oh, see, I told you, never know what's going to come out. All right. So, but let me just say, before you really got into this world of LGBT and working in the bars, you were a swim coach, and a lot of people don't know that. That was a huge part of your life. So
I was a competitive swim coach for a team of 250 kids for
that definitely set you up for this.
9 years. I did coach in La Jolla for a couple years, which was a smaller team, but 7 of those years were in Riverside, and it was a team of 250. And I was also a high school volleyball coach for 4 years. Yeah. So I've done a lot of coaching, and I kind of, it's the hardest job I've ever had. I mean, this is kind of a cakewalk compared to that. But it really prepares you, because one thing that coaching and managing have in common, dealing with a 5-year-old is very similar than dealing with a very drunk adult. Yes. You know, the way you have to be patient, yes, and communicate with them and explain things in a certain way. So I feel like it set me up, it gave me the tools put tools in my tool belt.
And sometimes some of those 5-year-olds actually behave better than some of those drunk adults. But
Well,
that's just that happens. Liquid courage.
Oh,
Cheers.
Part of the business. Cheers.
Cheers, baby. All right, so I know you did say when we first started about, there's only a handful of lesbian bars, queer bars that are around anymore. And really, what do you think sets Gossip apart? Because 10 years strong, you're still here, and from one location to a bigger location, and what makes you different? And why have you survived, and why will you continue to survive in this climate?
Yeah, so when we decided to open up Gossip, when I was offered this job from Mo's Universe and Chris Shaw, I was really adamant about it not being a quote-unquote lesbian bar. I felt like the lesbian bar box was too small, and I really wanted to have a bigger box. People don't all fit in the same box, especially nowadays.
Absolutely.
There are so many different boxes and labels and pronouns, and it is what it is, and everyone is welcome to that, and I love that. And by having a lesbian bar, I feel like you really box everyone in on that, and that's not who we are. And I fought really hard with my business partners to create a women's bar and take the word lesbian out of it. So the way I look at it, and I want to clarify this because I know there's been some confusion via social media that we're not a lesbian bar, and that is not correct. But, so let me explain it real quick. So the way I want to look at it is women's bar being the big umbrella. The bigger umbrella being LGBTQ+. And then under that umbrella is the women's umbrella. And under women's umbrella, you have lesbian, gay, queer, trans, pans, bi, straight, and every single type person that connects with with being a woman, or having even 10%, maybe only connecting with 10% of their female side. Any of that is welcome here. That is our main focus. When you look at the LGBTQ+ alphabet, for me, the part that I'm most passionate about and what I want to provide here is a capital L and a capital T. That is something that Gossip offers. But when it comes to, are you a lesbian bar? We're not just a lesbian bar. We're a women's bar that covers everything under there. And we're also LGBTQ+ friendly for all of those letters. We welcome everyone on our playground, 100%. And there's little things that we do to make sure that we hold the integrity of that. Our drink menu, our food menu, all the pictures on our wall. There is no male on the walls, no cis male on the walls. Everything we do is geared towards women.
Yeah.
So, and our staff is, as well as, it's very diverse, but, we do lean more on that side.
There's so many times, like, I don't know if any of you guys can actually see, and I'm not to put you on the spot, but, just the little teary eyes. Like, I know Mo like nobody else knows Mo. I mean, I've been with this woman for over 9 years, and the passion that she has when she talks about all of you out there, all of her guests, all of her staff, just what this bar means to her and what this means to the community. It is always about the community. It is always about all of you. And those times when we sit, just having those conversations, which a lot of times right now has just been sitting outside the backyard and really just digging deep, and just how much that this means to her. And it is always her mission every day to think about what she's grateful for. I mean, even in her office, she has little written up signs, because that's just how Mo is, and staff here knows that there's always signs around of who are you being, and just about taking a moment to be grateful. But that is truly who she is. And she is the most humble human being that you would ever meet. And so I know a lot of you guys know her personally, or you just might know her, that smile of, that wave that you see of good times, because that is Mo. But she is just the most amazing human being. So anyway, it's important. Absolutely. You were talking a little about the pictures on the wall, and there's little hidden gems inside of Gossip that, unless you, again, really dig deep and know about some of the stories and some of the special things about Gossip, like the disco ball and the pictures when we first made the tables, the labor of love. So tell us a little bit about the pictures and tell us about the disco ball.
Well, the pictures on the wall, everything it's all women, different types of women. And during COVID, it gave us a really good opportunity to pull everything down and redo it. So I can't wait for everyone to see we really needed to diversify our walls a lot more. And we hadn't had the chance to do it because it requires shutting down the inside for a while. But right now was the right time to do it. Yep. So half of it's up, it's not all up, but we have contacted local artists and we have gotten a ton more art pieces that we're putting on our walls this week. Super excited about that. But kind of a hidden secret that not a lot of people know about Gossip is the disco ball. There's a disco ball that hangs in the VIP area right above the screen right there. And that disco ball was actually Bette Midler's disco ball from when she performed at Caesar's Palace. It's a disco ball that she came down on. And for any of you that saw that show, you're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. That is that disco ball. Stefan Choco, my business partner, flew to Vegas, bought it, and then drove it back, and we put it up. But what that disco ball is to us, I know Dawn knows this, and we've done this together, but over the years, unfortunately, we've lost some of our guests, passed on, and we don't want to lose our memory. And so guests, staff, everyone's welcome. For our guests that passed away, we put a picture up in the disco ball, so they're always on our dance floor with us. They're always part of our business. There's so many up there. When that thing comes down, I have no idea what's going to come out of it. But anybody that is a guest of Gossip that has unfortunately passed away, feel free to come up here and put their picture in the disco ball, so they're always part of our family, our family.
There's those eyes. There's those little tears right there.
I'm just an emotional being. It just is. It's one thing Chris Shaw and I haven't.
Yeah, for sure.
One of many things, but
and it's interesting bringing back the flame is thinking about that, because the flame was always known for having ghosts, and they even talk about that now here at Gossip. Is sometimes that there's some of those guests are still.
There seems to be a little energy around here lately, and I think I know who it is, but I'm not 100% sure. But yeah. Weird things happen lately.
Yeah, but I think it's such a special thing, and even in some of the other bars that have Mo's Universe, there's hidden pictures underneath bars. Not that I want you guys out there looking underneath the bars, but there is those little hidden gems. So anyway, all right, couple other questions. I wanted you have so many people out there that look up to you that you don't even know about, that really, they look at you as a mentor. And with that being said, what kind of advice would you give someone like right now who is looking at their future and what they want to do, and being LGBT plus, being queer? Like, what kind of advice would you give them as a mentor?
For me, number one is gratitude. Be grateful for everything you have in your life. But a good piece of advice is have a 5-year plan. Look where you want to be in 5 years. Wherever you want to be in 5 years, act and be that person now. Prepare for that. So I'm going to throw. Oh, no.
Come on, do it. This is like the hot seat right now.
I know. So there was something I was thinking about doing for a short time in the future, and that was possible. And it's not a fit for me right now, and it's not in my immediate future. But one thing I thought about, maybe in my future at some point, I might run for city council. That's
not happening now.
It's not happening.
Please don't write that down.
Don't write that. But this is an example. Example is I started dressing the part right away. I started making sure I was put together when I went out. I was wanting to make sure my hand movements and my languaging and everything was in line with, if I did decide to do that, that is where I need to be. But I run my business the same way. Where we're going to be in 5 years is how we're going to operate now. But the number one thing is treat people kindly, have good relationships, have good integrity, follow your word, and be grateful. Be grateful for everybody and everything.
And dress for the job that you want to be.
And dress for the job that you want to be.
Not always for the job that
That's
you're
a lot easier way of
so,
saying that whole thing.
I'm corporate, so it's what I think about all the time. So, but I think that's great. Also, I think that a lot of people have wondered, being, let's say, 21. Like, if you were 21 right now, what advice would you give to your 21-year-old self with walking into gossip for the first time? You know, what is proper etiquette? Is there proper etiquette? You know, do's and don'ts, tips and tricks for your 21-year-old self that's going out for the first time to a queer bar.
Well, number one, you don't know everything, so be open to feedback. I think, yeah, the main thing is consent. You know, don't grab, touch anyone without consent. Consent is sexy. Consent is proper. Use consent. Number two, tip your staff. You know, tip the bartenders. A lot of people don't know that bartenders and servers actually pay 8 cents on every dollar for everything they serve. So when I was 21, I had no idea how to tip. I didn't know. Yeah. I didn't know. Yeah. And I couldn't figure out why the bartender always gave me a dirty look. I was like, I don't understand. I gave him $1 for my $40 round. Well, no wonder. Now I know. So 8 cents on $1. So if you don't tip, the bartender actually pays out of the pocket for that, or the server. So be kind. Tip. If you're not sure, ask. Consent. Never leave your drink alone.
Absolutely.
Ladies, I don't care where you are. Never leave your drink alone. Always have it with you. Always keep an eye on it. You never can be too safe. Yeah. It's always good to come with a friend or a buddy. Don't walk home alone. We have to be safe. Okay, we're still women. We still have to be safe.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's mainly just consent. Have a good time. Be open to feedback. And
yeah. I think it's the big thing right now is, you know, going out, you know, again, 20-some years ago into this queer world as, you know, a very young lesbian then, is how different people are now, and it was okay, and how a lot of people behave in a bar. In that, I mean, I can't tell you back in the day how many times I'd sat down in a chair where someone put their hand down, and like that was inappropriate and without permission, of course, but just how much that really affected me and bothered me, and that I love sitting down now with younger queer people that talk so much about these different issues and watching them actually say no or put their hand up.
Yeah.
And I think it's so important that you ask permission. Like, that doesn't matter. First kiss, whatever it is, it's sexy. You know, like I said, it's being sexy. So this time goes by so fast. I can't even believe it. But all right, can you just kind of wrap it up first and let people know what would they experience when they come into gossip right now? What does it look like? And do you feel safe in here? Can you feel safe?
Okay. So one thing, gossip, all of Mo's universe, one thing we're being adamant about is safety. Okay, we're not putting business first. We're putting safety first. This community is so incredibly important to me. We are a safe space for people to come to this community, come from this community and feel welcomed. We're their family. We're their home. We are it for them. And so I want to make sure to protect that and keep that space open in the future for that. So one of the ways that we're doing that is there is plexiglass everywhere. Everything is either distance or plexiglass. There's hand sanitizer, hand stations everywhere. There's cleaning
QR codes for the menus.
So besides all the safety things, precautions we're also taking temperatures at the door of staff and guests to make sure we're safe. Yep. And we're not bending on it. So sorry, folks, if you don't want to wear a mask, I'm going to ask you not to come here until this is all cleared, because masks are required.
Yes.
3 words, what?
That's it. And you have 3 warnings. Like if you are that
warnings.
person that can't help yourself and has to go visit another table, like it's against the rules.
Yeah, we're just following the rules. We're also offering everything to go. We're on DoorDash. We're offering anything that you can get at Gossip is available to go. And it's at liquor and booze is at a discounted, like if you buy bottles, they're at a discounted price.
Yeah, you're not paying bottle service price.
No, so they're the same price as the liquor store. So we would love your business if you want to buy it from us instead.
And there's so many great packages for Pride. I mean, with Pride being next weekend, it's, you know, Mo's really made sure that she's upped her seating. It's going outside, even more so outside.
I got a parking lane permit for Pride weekend, so we're gonna have an extra 15 tables outside, distance apart, so to help with folks that want to have lunch in a LGBTQ plus establishment.
Yeah. And I would definitely say right now, guys, that please know, I mean, we're so adamant about where we go and about doing it right. And if I'm going to be anywhere without a mask right now when I'm sitting and eating, I want to be in Gossip or one of Mo's universe. Because when you look at those guidelines, there is not one that you are not following. It is I feel like I'm in a safe space. So, and not just because, with COVID, and a safe space in general for ourselves and as a woman. So,
absolutely.
Anyway, I wish we had more time, but
I just want to say love and gratitude to our community. I love you so much. I thank you for everything, and I can't wait to see you soon. Welcome home,
guys.
beautiful.
Thanks, guys.
Hello, I'm back. All right, so we are going to go over, Chivas is going to follow Sailor's Mouth for her live performance on Instagram. Are we ready? And I believe you should be able to see their Venmo accounts as well, if not on their Instagram account, if you would like to donate to them today for Love Affair. All right, and I'll turn it back over to the host. Thank you so much. Thanks, Asher.
Thank you.
You both did such a wonderful job today. You're fantastic.
Oh, you did too. Thank you. Appreciate that. Nika, I think you are muted, friend.
Am I good now?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Perfect. Well, we were fortunate enough to have our opening include a wonderful song from the San Diego Resistance Revival Chorus. Now, as we close out our event, we can think of no better way of closing than with the powerful emotion of the San Diego Women's Chorus. Asher, I know the San Diego Women's Chorus holds a special place in your heart. Can you tell us about your experience with them?
Yeah, absolutely. I joined the San Diego Women's Chorus in 2017. And in that group, I found a sisterhood and a community that is inclusive and celebrates diversity and encourages creativity. And it's just a group of very talented individuals. And honestly, probably one of the most difficult parts of being in quarantine during all this has been not being able to be there in person and sing with my sisters. So I'm very excited and happy that this wonderful day is going to be ending and closing with the San Diego Women Chorus singing Circle Chant, which is a very special song to our group. So on behalf of myself and my co-host, Nika, today's volunteer tech crew, and the entire SheFest planning committee, thank you for joining us today. Circle round for freedom, circle round for peace, for all of us imprisoned, circle for release, circle for the planet, circle for each soul, for the children of our children. Keep the circle whole. Circle round for freedom, circle round for peace, for all of us imprisoned, circle for release, circle for the planet,
right, let's count it up. 3, 2, 1. Thanks for watching.